能够复制出去的事情。那我希望透过这样的模式呢，让大家能够在交易上会，不要像以前一样，就是觉得说，投资交易好像就是有陌生风险那种恐怖的感觉。其实交易呢，可以透过制式化、一次性的复制，那让大家从风险换取合理的报酬。我觉得这是一个交易上应该有的正确观念。那我希望把这个观念跟交易的模式能够复制给更多人去学会交易这个方法。
也就是说，好的交易的理念其实可以复制给到更多的人，让他们通过复制这些理念获得更好的交易的成绩，对吗？非常非常感谢。
对。
好，那么如何能协助更多的交易者在市场上找到方向，其实也是你们刚才您说的那个复制这个过程中一个扩散，对吧？
对，没错，因为像我自己的话，会拍一些 YouTube 的影片，那包含现在像短视频啊，或是各种的社群媒体，会提供的资讯非常的多。那我们希望透过这样的方式，社群媒体分享的方式，可以让全世界的人能够学到更多，就是成为正确交易员路上会接触到的观念跟交易的技巧。
好的，非常非常感谢您。
好，感谢。谢谢，谢谢。
Hello. We are now joined by Mr. Yusuke. Welcome.
Yeah. Thank you.
Lovely to have you here. Now, I'd love to ask you, what is your purpose for launching Zen?
なんで全を立ち上げたんですか？
そもそもそのトレードをしてる人がね、投資家じゃない人がトレードをやっちゃってるので、そもそもが利益が残らない。ね、投資家の勉強をしてもらうためにゼンを作りました。
There is in Japan currently no education program as an investor. Then of course there is no way if someone doing trading who is not investor then to be success. So that's why he started to establish the company then to train have a proper program for other investor.
Fantastic. That sounds brilliant. And what is Zen and how can it benefit users?
約50本、50っていうか、はい、50本の、動画コンテンツで配信しておりまして、今は日本語しかないけども、今後は英語でも配信していこうと思ってます。
There are around 50 short movie video content, and then based on his experience, and then that's what he wanted to have those knowledge before failing as an investor. So that's very good for a beginner of investor to study before failing things. Yeah.
Fantastic. Well, the future certainly looks bright. Thank you so much for joining us today. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, I'm now joined by Sergi from Excite. Sergi, it is lovely to have you here today. Welcome.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you. So we'd love to know a little bit more about exactly what is Excite.
All right, so Excite is a multiplayer AR adventures platform connecting metaverse experiences with real-world scenarios. You can think about this as a Roblox meets Pokemon Go. So basically, any other business like a Starbucks or McDonald's can create their own AR adventures, which people can play through the camera and collect different virtual objects, crypto objects, and things like that. That's basically on our promo video. Like you can, there's going to be a guy in the orange T-shirt. That's one of the main use cases. This guy. He wants to enter an adventure, and in order to do so, he needs to press a button, and that's what will enable a hologram on top of his head, enabling multiplayer experience, so that you can, he's pressing a button, and his hologram appeared over there. So you can play with your friends or team versus team and compete in different business-related experiences.
Oh my gosh, this looks amazing. This looks brilliant. Okay, so I mean, you've given us a really good insight there, but I'd love to know a little bit more about what makes Excite really, really unique.
Yeah, the first thing is what I've described as a multiplayer component, and the second thing is that the way businesses can create adventures or mini games on our platform is very easy. You just type in a ChatGPT style, you say, I want a cyberpunk adventure about a Starbucks at the George Street in Sydney, and we generate all the 3D models, all the game scenarios and everything, and it's ready to go like within 2 to 3 minutes.
Oh, brilliant. And ooh! We just dropped the phone there. And can you tell us what stage you're at the moment with Excite?
Yeah, thanks. That's a good question. We just recently started, and company incorporated in January. We've got our first round of investments in July this year, and already started generating some revenue. We've got like 5 clients paying for branded adventures.
Brilliant. And I suppose for the year ahead, 2023, and then looking ahead of that, what are your hopes and goals for Excite?
Yeah, we want to finish the work on the AI creator tool, and we'll probably pursue the next round of investment together with co-investing the money that we are currently earning through the revenue. So the goal would be to keep onboarding 2 to 5 clients a month and then grow from there.
Wow, so the future is definitely looking bright for Excite then. Exciting times. Thank you so much, Sergi. Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
Thanks. I'm now joined by Samantha from MUT Markets. Samantha, it's absolutely lovely to have you here with us today. Now, I'd love for you to tell us what are the differences between MUT and other established forex brokers?
Yes, MUT actually is a comprehensive product platform, and that spans the digital currency and also the precious metals and also for the foreign exchange as well. And the AI customer service will actually automatically determine the trading habits of all our customers' accounts. And it will also send the high-frequency trading customers' orders to the institutional banks. And it will get benefit from it as well. And currently, the mainstreams in the market uses the MT5 and MT4 system, which can accept the use of the EA plugin automate the orders programming system. And for our MUT markets, we use a very strict ranking system and the reviews, in which the community is open to have the team to follow through their orders as well. And we also have a group of stable and powerful trading teams, so that the retail institution can better choose the strong institutional teams as well. Yeah.
Fantastic. Thank you for taking us through that. And how is the market response to the MUTs in social trading?
Yes. The purpose of the social trading in MUT is to invite the trading teams with truly stable returns in the market, and also to allow the retail investors to choose the teachers to choose to their own investment style. And it's also significantly to increase the MUT market share as well. And we will also allow the high-frequency trading techniques as well. Yeah.
Brilliant. Fantastic. Sounds really, really exciting. And will MUT hold any events for users?
Yes. We do. We will select several cities in 2014, and then to invite the institutional trader, teachers to meet with our clients as well.
Fantastic. Exciting times ahead then. Fantastic. Thank you so much for joining us, Samantha.
Thanks. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm now joined by Loretta Joseph, who is Policy Consultant to the Commonwealth Chairperson. Thank you so much for joining us today, Loretta. Now, I'd love to know why and which standard setters are benchmarking the minimum standards for the virtual asset industry.
So the there's three standard setters that I think that are important for this industry. There's the Financial Action Task Force. They are the standard setters for money laundering, terrorism financing and the non-proliferation of nuclear weapons. There's the Financial Stability Board, which looks after financial stability for the world, so prudential regulations. And then we have IOSCO, which is the securities standard setters. So they do consumer investor protection, anti-fraud for securities laws. So they're all very important, but as far as the highest standard or where the minimum standard needs to come to, it comes from the FATF, because AML-CTF, we keep banging on about it. It's very important from the fact that none of us want children to be trafficked, terrorists to blow other people up, or drug lords to make money. So I think when you look at why the AML-CTF standard setter body, the Financial Action Task Force, was created, everybody in the industry is committed to making sure that bad things don't happen. So we have to adhere to to ensure that we have standards that stop money laundering, terrorism financing. So that's, I would say, the big kahuna of the standard setters, and the reason they've been so worried about virtual assets is even now with the geopolitical situation, we have seen a lot of movements into terrorist organisations through the use of crypto assets. So we need to have countries protected and laws that stop these things happening. So I think there's been a big push by the FATF to ensure their recommendations. So there's 40 recommendations in total by the FATF to stop money laundering, terrorism financing globally, of which 17 of those recommendations actually apply to virtual asset service providers. So it's very important that countries, when they're looking to to start to regulate these industries and these companies, that they adhere to these standards. As important is that we make sure that there's financial stability in the world. We saw the global financial crisis, big problems to the world globally, and countries and companies lost a lot of money. So we do see some financial stability risks coming out of the virtual asset world. So we need to understand those risks and mitigate them. Consequently, crypto is those things every day in the papers I read about people being scammed, investors being ripped off, consumers being ripped off. So IOSCO, who's the standard setter for securities law and investor consumer protections, is equally as important. So it's very important that those three standard setters set the playing field to ensure that companies operating in this space and countries are protecting themselves and their citizens, to make sure they're covered off. So those three standard setters are very important. They hopefully, as we go forward now, start to have more harmonised and aligned standards that all countries can use, and we have global standards and also technical standards, because these assets and this asset class is technology driven. Innovation doesn't stand still for anyone, but we need to ensure that there's certain standards that are put in place so we can have the security of people's assets, and people are not having their assets removed from them nefariously.
That was amazing. Thank you. That was so comprehensive. That was brilliant. So I'd love to know which countries you think have got the balance right between innovation and regulation at the moment.
So I've done a lot of work globally. I do like a good island state myself, and I like a country that has common law because I understand it. So interestingly, I've worked across a number of island states. I find the smaller, innovative nation states like islands actually have an ability to do this much faster than the legacy systems of, say, the United Kingdom or the Australians or the Americans, because they're more agile. And, new ways to bolster their economies come from technology. They can't just go and start building cars in Bermuda or, planes in Mauritius. So technology and industries which are innovative and are relying on technology and human capacity become very important in these small states. I'll give you an example. I wrote the first digital asset, helped write it in Bermuda in 2018. We set Bermuda up as a fintech hub. We didn't have any companies outside insurance that we were looking fintech in Bermuda, but Bermuda took the view that they could really bolster the economy by having proper laws in place and legal clarity. So what did that do? That attracted some of the best and the biggest companies in fintech globally that were happy to set up in Bermuda because the laws are in place, there was legal clarity, nothing was going to change on them when they got there. So Bermuda is quite a big, large fintech hub. Mauritius as well. And for me it's interesting because these countries can be very agile in the process of legislation and accommodating and welcoming these companies to set up. Because if you look at the unicorns in technology, the biggest companies in the world come out of technology now. They don't come out of other sectors. So you want to be able to attract those industries, but you also want to make sure that you have proper laws and regulatory requirements in place that protect the jurisdiction, because you don't want money launderers, you don't want terrorists, and you don't want scammers to come into your jurisdiction. So you have to be careful on balancing regulation and innovation and making sure they have enabling policies which protect people and jurisdictions and borders, but at the same time it allows innovators to innovate and build new business models and new tech companies, which are very important in the emerging world, more so than in Australia and the UK. I'd say that in the bigger countries in the world, a lot of these assets are just speculative. But what we're seeing since the internet and virtual assets and digital assets, and with the inception now of Web3 and artificial intelligence, the internet allowed us all to transfer information across open systems. But now, peer-to-peer, so with any person in the world, I can transfer value and information at the same time. That is revolutionary, changing. So if you're an entrepreneur in Nigeria and you can trade a digital currency with somebody in Canada, with no intermediary in between, that the cost of transactions, the speed of transactions, instantaneously to anyone peer-to-peer in the world is completely revolutionary, and that's why it matters. So if we're banked economies like Australia or the US, does Bitcoin and Ethereum really matter? No, it doesn't. They're just speculative assets, and yes, they need proper, robust requirements to show that they're speculative assets, but we can't stop people using technology. Regulators shouldn't be inhibiting technology. But I see in the emerging world the uptake of these peer-to-peer systems, these open systems, and the merger now of all these emerging techs like AI and Web3 is the most fundamental revolutionary move we've seen since the inception of the internet.
Wow. Oh my gosh, it's just absolutely fascinating. I'm just learning so much by talking to you. It's amazing. So is regulation a benefit for industry, or will it stifle growth? I know you've touched upon it, but is there any more you'd like to kind of add to that?
So I think the libertarians out there will tell me that regulation's bad and governments are even worse. But to be honest, if you want mainstream adoption, we need to protect consumers and investors. Yes, we can't stop people using technology, but we can have robust requirements that stop bad. Technology is always going to be used by bad people. It always is. And the bad guys always find ways to use technology to their advantage. But regulation is important for not only because it protects consumers, investors, it makes these assets become much more mainstream and brings the level of trust in, but it also gives the ecosystem legal clarity and uncertainty goes. Because if you're a tech company and you need to have users and you go and set up in a country that's got no jurisdiction, say you want to go to Panama, or that's fine. You may have a low regulatory requirement or a threshold, but if you have to expand your business globally and you're seen to be in a non-regulated jurisdiction, that actually is bad in the long run. So you want to go somewhere that has innovative, robust regulatory framework, but gives you legal clarity to build your business, and go and seek the customers that you need in new emerging markets that have an equivalency with similar regulations around the world. I think the worlds of no regulation have gone. This space will be regulated whether we like it or we're not. So we have to ensure, and that's people like me, that regulators don't overreach, that we do balance innovation and protect consumer investors. And that's a difficult thing with technology, because I started writing laws in 2017. I had to worry about Bitcoin and Ethereum in 2017. Moved to 2023, I've got cryptocurrencies, I've got decentralised finance, decentralised automated organisations, Web3, and my God, and the regulators I work with are still worried about Bitcoin, please. So we have to be, we have to be nimble, we have to be agile, we have to have laws that are not static. They have to be tech agnostic, and we need regulators that can move with technology, but don't overreach. So we kill innovation. But it's a balance, and I think we're finally starting to get it.
Yeah, it's definitely a fine line, isn't it? Okay, and where do you see the industry in 5 years? So big question, but let us know what you're seeing into the future.
Oh, if I had a magic wishing ball that I could look into, I would. If you've told me 5 years ago that in 2023 I'd be worried about decentralised finance, decentralised automated organisations, I probably would have laughed at you. So what we're seeing, I think, as I said before, the emergence now of AI and Web3 and digital assets. We go metaverse. Take, for example, I think things like the metaverse and people having digital twins. I can't live on this earth with myself, let alone me having a digital twin. But anyway, my 20-year-old will argue with me. We will argue with that. But in 5 years, I think we will probably use our digital twins more than we do our persons. And, you know, if the likes of the banks think that they're going to start, people are going to use fiat currency transactions in the metaverse to go and buy McDonald's, good luck with that, Citibank. So these asset classes will develop. They will merge our realities, our digital twins, and our worldly realities will all merge. And digital assets is the transactional layer. So that is fundamentally revolutionary from systems that we have in place today. And digital assets will be. We can't use fiat currency at the transactional layer. So the new industries that we'll see emerge, the new asset classes, I don't even want to try and think about how that looks in 5 years, but it's going to be a very, very different world and in 5 years than it is today. And it's exciting because technology and innovation gets me up every morning, and I do this for the love of I do think we can make the world a better place, and decentralisation does make the world more democratic and more fair in places where the world isn't an equal playing field. Decentralising systems that I trust. I don't have to trust now an intermediary. I do 1 + 1 = 2. I trust maths. I don't need to trust a human intermediary or an institution. From in between me and a transaction with anybody I want to trade with or send a digital asset to peer-to-peer globally. So it's exciting. I might be dead by then, but I won't be writing any more regulation. I can tell you now, I'm almost done.
You're almost done with the regulations. Oh, you've been absolutely amazing. Thank you so much. You're just so full of passion and love all your knowledge. Thank you for joining us.
Thanks very much. It was awesome. Thank you for having me. Good luck.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm now joined by Nishad, lead trainer for FSI Mauritius. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you very much.
Now, it would be amazing if you could provide insights into the Know Your Customer, or the KYC and anti-money laundering regulations as they apply to digital assets, and how these are being enforced globally.
Thank you very much. I think if there's one thing that we've noticed from the international standard setting body is the general focus is a bit less on the KYC part, but more on the customer due diligence part, the CDD. If we look at FATF Recommendation 10, which applies to banks, which applies to virtual asset service providers who are licensed in countries, obviously we have those regulations and frameworks in Mauritius. It's more about the customer due diligence part. And then you figure out, well, what is the difference between the customer due diligence and the KYC? I think the customer due diligence measures, which are the true responsibility, are far broader. And it requires you to identify and verify persons or clients on the basis of independently sourced documents or data. So the focus is less so on KYC and a lot more on customer due diligence. So identification and verification can take various forms. We've seen numerous countries transition from traditional manners of doing the customer due diligence processes, moving on to the more modern ones. So, for example, in Mauritius, in September 2022, the Financial Services Commission of Mauritius amended its AML/CFT handbook, very much relevant to virtual asset service providers, very much relevant to digital assets as well. So from that perspective, what they've done is they've allowed for the possibility for electronic verification. So people could be submitting their documents, but there could be electronic or at least digital technologies engaged in the verification process. So please have a look at our AML/CFT handbook of Mauritius. We're trying to transition to more modern ways of verifying identity. We're evolving with the times, of course. And of course, the great side of it is this applies to virtual assets transactions conducted by virtual asset service providers who are licensed, of course. So always that note of caution, make sure you're dealing with a VASP that's licensed by a regulator and with a good and clean record.
That was brilliant. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you very much. Pleasure is all mine.
Thank you. Joined by Joe, Vice President of Sales from FXCM. Hello and welcome. So Joe, given the rapidly evolving landscape of the FX and CFD industry, especially with the rise of fintech and decentralized finance platforms, how is FXCM positioning itself to remain competitive and ensure sustainable growth?
Right, thank you very much. That's a really good question. So in FSCM, we not only adapt to the changing, but we also embracing the changing. Let me give you 3 main points. First of all, in the old days, FSCM only provides the major FX trading. So we are famous for it, and we are only provide like major indices and commodities trading. But nowadays, like every client are looking for a one-stop platform, right? They are looking for a comprehensive product list. So that's why we are expanding our product list to not only just FX and commodities, but also stock tradings, crypto tradings, and also exotic commodities. So basically, if you want to trade anything, you can just trade with FSCM. There's no need for you to go to other platforms, other brokers to do the other tradings. Secondly, we are really doing like a lot of investment and development on our trading applications, trading apps. So this year we have launched our new cutting-edge technology of Trading Web 3.0. So that means like you not only can trade on your PCs, but you will have the same experience by trading on your mobile phones and tablets as well. Yes, really like cutting-edge technology, HCM 5.0 kind of technology, and also beyond that, we also like provide the trading apps and also the apps for your PCs as well. So that's all like under development, and it's like you can trade anything with us, at any time with our platforms. Thirdly, I think everyone is talking about AI, ChatGPT kind of stuff nowadays. So we also embracing of this kind of stuff as well. So we partner with many fintech companies like Capitalize.ai and TradingView. So you don't really need to have a like coding background. So you can just describe your strategies with plain English. So you're just like saying what kind of strategies I want to use on Capitalize, and we can actually automate the trading for you. So you can just trade through Capitalize and TradingView with FSCM. And the best of all, we offer it for free to our clients.
Wow.
Yeah, so that's really good.
Oh, it's exciting. Brilliant, thank you so much. And can you provide insights into any innovative offerings or partnerships that are currently in the pipeline?
Yeah, as I mentioned, like we have Capitalize, we have TradingViews, we have many other like EFX Plus. So that's provide like institutional kind of data to our retail clients as well, because we are trying to be more transparent to our clients. So that's like, normally it's like the other way around. So institutional clients will know the data from retail clients, but we can provide our retail clients with actually how the institutional, the investment bank, the commercial bank hold their positions. So that's a very useful like information for our clients. That's all fintech companies we could provide, we partner with to our clients.
Brilliant, thank you so much. And I know trust and transparency have always been paramount in the financial services sectors. In recent years, we've seen a significant demand from retail and wholesale investors for more transparency and education. So how is FXCM addressing this demand?
Yeah, obviously, like we are always famous to be transparent to our investors, to our clients. Actually, we are one of the first broker to publish our execution data on our website.
Oh, okay.
So if you like, as an investor, as a trader, you care the most about the execution speed and the execution qualities, right? So that's something like we publish on our website. So you can just go to our website to check the exit speed of our trades and also execution data like the positive slippage, negative slippage, and non-slippage. That's all kind of the data. We are trying to be very transparent to our clients. Also, as mentioned in the last question, like we're trying to bring in more transparent to retail clients and wholesale clients, because in the old days it's always like institutional clients. Excuse me. So the commercial banks and the investment banks are hiding their data to retail clients and wholesale clients. So they couldn't like know what positions they're holding, and maybe the commercial bank and investment are trading against the retail clients. So they do not know. But with EFX Plus, we actually offer the retail clients with the analysis from those investment banks and also the positions they are holding, and also profit and loss the investment banks' position are currently at. So you will know like how the market is working, what's the model, what's the trend. So it's very transparent to our clients.
Brilliant. Fantastic. Thank you so much. And final question. So FXCM is known for its clients first, trader-driven approach. Can you explain what this means for potential clients first?
Yeah. So client first, trader-driven is part of FXCM culture. For example, I'll give you an example. So with our customer service team, we answer the client's chat, online chat within 1 second. And we answer their inbound calls within 30 seconds. You can just go to any other banks in Australia. You can see they probably answer your calls within half an hour, and online chat maybe in 10 minutes. But we do it in seconds, not minutes. So that's something you are really looking for from a broker. We just not only just answer your calls, answer your chats in a timely manner, but we answer your calls and chats in a very efficient and accurate way. So we do a lot of internal trainings for our staff for them to be able to answer our clients' questions accurately, and also we do a lot of QCs inside. So we just want to make sure we deliver the most efficient, accurate way to our clients. And you can see our scores in Trustpilot and also in TradingViews. We always rank very high on those kind of third-party rating platforms. So you know we are really providing the best kind of service to our clients.
That's amazing, especially when time is money. Seconds is really what you want to hear, isn't it? And can I just ask, how does FXCM cultivate and maintain trust as well as enduring relationships with both newcomers but also long-standing clients as well?
Yeah, same as I mentioned, if they come to talk to us, we answer them in seconds. And also we periodically, we have a retention team, so we periodically to give calls to those long-term relationship clients. So if you have any troubles, just contact us right away. We will provide the solution for you. So we have different resources, market news, analysis, trading signals, anything you want, you can come to us and we can provide the service to you. So just name it and we can provide it.
That's amazing. Thank you. You've been absolutely brilliant. Thank you so much, Joe. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks. I'm now joined by Rick, who is the Premium Client Manager of Pepperstone. Rick, welcome. Lovely to have you here today.
It's pretty good. Fantastic events. Yeah, big crowd around. Yeah.
I know, it's busy, isn't it? So, Rick, what are the advantages that you think are the main factors of Pepperstone that attracts so many investors around the world?
I think the reason Pepperstone can have so many clients all over the world drawn to Pepperstone is because our support and diversified trading options, competitive spread, and the most important, I think, is the worldwide the product we can provide. Yeah, it's a lot. Yeah.
It is a lot. Brilliant. Can you give some suggestions to the investors on how to handle their forex trading in a better way?
Well, that's a good question. So for when we're trading, the risk control is the most important part. The first thing I want to say is keep learning and manage your risk wisely. And before your trading, plan your trading and trade as your plan. That's very important thing. You cannot just plan something and ignore it.
Yeah.
Definitely. And keep focused on the market. Do the improvement by some tutorial learnings like that from us. We have that kind of lessons.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, great. Get onto your tutorials then, everybody. All right. And what do you want to say to your old and new clients for the coming 2024 year ahead?
To the potential and existing clients, first, I'm very grateful you choosing Pepperstone and trade with us. In 2024, I expect an even better trading experience with us. Again, thank you for choosing Pepperstone.
Fantastic. So 2024 is looking bright.
Yeah, brilliant.
Brilliant. Thank you so much for joining us, Ricky. Thank you. Thank you. I'm now joined by Sonia Shaw, who is partner and VP of Global Partnerships of CoinW. Sonia, it's so lovely to meet you. Now, thank you. Now, can you tell me how centralized crypto exchange can help with more crypto adoption from other facilitating transactions?
Yeah, sure. Thank you. Centralized exchange provide very user-friendly interface, and then it's very easy for people outside the blockchain space. So for the global adoption, we cannot put too much barrier for people who don't really understand the blockchain technology. And then the centralized exchange focus on the user-friendly interface, and then very easy to use, to understand. And then the growth and the adoption mostly in the emerging markets, for example, like Latin America, Africa, Southeast Asia. And then in those sort of area, a lot of people don't really have much, understanding of a lot of things and technology-wise and everything. So the centralized exchange definitely help the adoption in a lot of emerging markets, and then especially people don't understand the technology space.
Definitely. Brilliant. Thank you so much. And what is the future trend of centralized exchange? I believe because a lot of bad things happened in the last few years, and a lot of them come from the user error, of course, bad management, misuse of the users' funds, and then mostly because of the everything's centralized. And then so I think moving forward, and then we're a centralized exchange. We're also very, very up at the front, like developing the right structure, risk management structure, the fund segregation structure to manage and to make sure that the users' funds are safe. But I think moving forward, it's going to be a hybrid of centralized exchange combined with decentralized technology, especially for funds custody. It's going to be decentralized, which means the exchange itself cannot move users' funds. And then it has to go through the user's approval and then everything. And then the trading experience, the whole user experience can be centralized, but the funds has to be on-chain. So I think that's going to be a hybrid model moving forward. Brilliant. Fantastic. And just one last question. What is CoinW's current and near future global strategy?
Yeah, thank you. So we are based in Dubai, headquartered in Dubai now. So we work with quite a few different jurisdictions that it's a lot of area that has the crypto regulation ready. And then so Dubai is one of them. And then we're very, very well developed in that market as well. And then we're working with local regulators, VARA, to really, actively proceed regulated exchange. And then, of course, we see a lot of opportunities in the emerging markets. And then, so like I mentioned, Latin America and, Africa, Southeast Asia. So in these sort of areas, the regulation is not really well structured and well regulated. So we have to push through with a lot of user educations and then make sure that people understand the risk. And then, so I think emerging markets is one of our key focus, and then education is also the key focus. Like Australia is a very well structured market. And then we are trying to see what we can do in here in the near future as well, and then how to work with the local regulators and to make sure that we, compliance with everything as well.
Of course. Brilliant. Well, thank you so much for your time today, Sonia. You've been amazing, and thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm now joined by Prashant from X Enabler. It is lovely to have you here today. Now, I'd love to ask you what transitions from Web 2 to Web 3 were successful?
As we are preparing, like Web3 industry is still maturing and the regulations are catching up, so we are still not ready for complete decentralization. And that way, the transition from Web 2 to Web 3, which we usually refer as Web 2.5, is really successful. So for example, we are doing a real estate tokenization platform, and we made a decision that although the property token will be a blockchain or a crypto token, all the actual transaction will happen in fiat. And that way what happens is people are still able to utilize the money as they do, and it becomes like a realestate.com where you can buy fraction of the property rather than the whole property. And that is very powerful because it doesn't require people to change drastically or learn new way of actually trading and new tokens and everything, but it gives them a minimal change that they can adopt easily with all the benefits that actually comes from Web3. So the trust, the transparency, the efficiency, automation still comes into it, but you do not have to deal with setting up wallet or understanding how the crypto works or transferring from fiat to crypto. And as we currently know, most of the exchanges have blocked converting from crypto to fiat. And if you are stuck into that, it's a very bad place to be. So it gives that efficiency and still provides the benefit that the Web3 gives, but in a more human and transitional way.
Fantastic. And what exciting things are happening in blockchain?
So blockchain, as we were talking on the panel, it's going through the crisis moment as we call it, but it's not really, if you see all the hype moment that we had are actually now diminishing and the real world scenarios are now picking up. So the projects that are coming to X Enabler, which by the way, we are changing the name to Accelerate. So X Enabler are going to be called Accelerate from next year, which is the new branding that is coming in. But what is happening in blockchain is the more real world scenario. Insurance is a classic use case where you can use NFT and bound it to a farm or a farm product or any artificial organ or high value item, and then track what is happening with them, how it was transported, it was fitted correctly, if it was maintained, if the right procedures were done to actually manufacture and actually transport and utilize that. And that way, when you have to make a claim or just keep a ledger of what is happening with that good, you can trace that easily, and the decision making becomes very, very easy and efficient. So a lot of those real world scenarios are now coming up that people were not really focusing on before in the hype or in the bull market.
Fantastic, thank you. And just one final question here today. What do you want to say about technology, marketed and effective management?
So COVID really changed the way technology market really works. So during COVID, we were all forced into going remote. Now, we started in 2018 and we were fully remote back then. So the biggest change is the mindset. In 2018, when I told people that the company is fully remote, we do not have a physical office, they were asking me also, you are a group of freelancers working. I'm like, no, this is a company. Now, when I say the same thing, they were like, oh, you were ahead of your time. And I'm like, yeah. So the mindset is probably the biggest one. For a while, we also had the immigration and everything stop, and because of that, there was a talent crux, which really impacted us. And now that the economy is down, we got a little bit of overflow of talent, which we are trying to utilize. But it's going in a direction where companies are increasing their technical staff at a growing speed, and we do not have those many people. So what we are seeing actually is the increase in outsourcing, increase in the adoption of outsourcing, because what people realize is that they can manage remotely. They do not have problem. Before there was a inherent bias in the management that remote resources are not as efficient as in-person resources. Now they learn that it is not the case. They can manage stuff remotely. Of course, there are jobs that cannot be done remotely, but most of the work that can be done remotely, now they learned how to manage it effectively, and they are utilizing it to reduce the cost. And maybe it's a change and not many people will survive. I do agree with that, but then at the same time, it's an opportunity as well. Because you can be anywhere in the world and work for any company that you actually feel passionate about, or the product that you can feel passionate about. Like if you are a very advanced AI engineer, there are not many opportunities in Australia.
No.
but you can go and work for US company remotely and have those opportunities, which people don't realize yet. So you can actually work on things that you really want, and for the company's perspective, they can utilize special talent where they really need, and they can utilize the mass talent and go to markets like India, China, Philippines and all that, and get more people in the place, so they can adapt their workforce according to their need as well, which has really changed the business landscape, and we are still at the start of it. So coming in 5 to 10 years, we'll see a very different workforce management and the landscape in the company, how they are actually operating.
Yeah, definitely. It'll be interesting to see kind of where it goes from here. And it's opened up the world, really, hasn't it? Which is just amazing. Well, thank you so much for your time today. You've been absolutely fantastic. And thank you for joining us.
All right. No worries. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks. I'm now joined by Simon Callahan from Blockchain Australia. Simon, it is so lovely to have you here today. I'd love for you to just explain to me what the industry is kind of looking like here in Australia.
Yeah, thank you. We're going through a period of regulatory change right now. We have a regulating digital assets platform consultation issued by Treasury, which is due 1st of December. We've got two of our Blockchain Australia's working groups working through that consultation, led by the Digital Currency Exchange Working Group and the Digital Asset Working Group. It's really looking at custody and regulating who holds the actual tokens. So rather than the tokens themselves. We've had over 50 organisations involved in that response on behalf of our industry. We've got over 125 industry members and almost 100 individual members. So I would argue that it's a fairly robust and resilient industry here within Australia. I think we'll continue to see regulatory clarity and regulation come in. That presents an opportunity for the traditional financial services players to enter this space, but it also presents opportunity for crypto native businesses, but also for the market as a whole to expand. So I think we're at a fairly pivotal moment in the industry presently, but I think a positive way forward.
So exciting things ahead, kind of what you're saying.
Definitely, yeah, definitely. A lot of change, but for the best, I think. And protecting Australian consumers, which is important, and brings legitimacy to the industry here.
Definitely, because it's still a bit kind of unknown for some people and can be a bit scary, so...
Absolutely, and I think that licensing will help enable more people to access these markets. It'll also provide certainty from a foreign direct investment perspective for international companies looking to enter the Australian market. They need to have some certainty as to how their business is going to operate.
Brilliant. Well, thank you so much. It's been wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you. Ta.
Thanks. I'm now joined by Toby, who is partner of Blockchain Founders Fund. Toby, it's so lovely to have you here with me today. So how has the market environment changed in the Web3 space, considering funding declined and risk-free assets are yielding 5 to 6%?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think what we've seen so far was basically that funding obviously has died down quite a bit. I think it's now about $200 million a month within Web3 especially. And a lot of companies obviously have struggled to raise, especially in growth stages, like beyond Series A. Companies are very, very struggling to raise. What's then happening is that a lot of these assets get sold on secondaries, which means that you can buy them at a sometimes 80 or 90% discount to the previous valuation, which is a massive difference. Then within early stages, you basically have the problem that companies either don't have enough money to make it over the course of, let's say, the next 12 to 18 months. That's when people assume the market's going to get better. So that would either die down in the meantime, or what we are trying to do is obviously make sure they help sort of get more money, decrease their burn, and eventually just increase their life of the company. And I think the biggest difference we've seen was that a lot of companies now who started raising on token first, basically they said, we're only going to have a token structure, we're not going to do an equity structure. But then in a bear market when no one obviously wants to invest in a token structure, they're going to start raising on equity. But now you have two asset classes within one company, and sometimes investors who invest in a token which hasn't launched yet basically gave companies money without actually participating in the upside, right? So now investors have to decide on which side of the asset is the value accruing. So should they participate in a token, should they participate in the equity, because they obviously don't want to get left out, or should they invest in both? And obviously it is still a challenge, right? Because sometimes the token didn't really have any value add and it was just launched because there was an exciting asset class for investors. And sometimes there should be a token that maybe should be a more DAO-ish structure where the equity won't be so valuable. So there's a lot of different considerations now in this market, considering also that obviously deals are cheaper, which is positive for us investors. And I think one other positive point is, which I want to mention is sort of the last piece here, is that, and I just said this on the stage as well, is that a lot of good founders are still in the space, right? So even though funding declined and, like you said, risk-free assets are obviously picking up, a lot of good founders are still in the space, right? Which means even Web2 founders who scaled larger companies are now entering blockchain and Web3 because they think that's something they can really build on, that's something that's going to change the industry. For example, we just invested in a company called Blockbrain, and our founder is the co-founder of Statista, which is one of the largest data companies in the world. And he's now coming to the space and he's launching some sort of blockchain analytics company in order to help, de-risk and check your assets on chain, make sure you're not getting any fraud situations. So there's a lot of cool founders coming into the space, really know what they're doing, who are very customer focused, customer centric, and go away from that pure tech first approach, what a lot of these degen founders have, if you want to know what I mean.
Brilliant. Wow, that was so comprehensive. Thank you. And can I also ask you what areas within the industry are most exciting for you? And then on top of that, has this changed in the last few months?
I think it changed to an extent. A big piece for me is kind of understanding how can we make the industry better and smoother. And that's why a lot of funds are always talking about sort of infrastructure first investments. But I'm not necessarily in the full same page because I don't think we need another layer 1, a lot of layer 2 and all these different things. I think the most important thing for us is understanding how can we help developers to build better applications. So that's why we're investing in developer tools and other companies which help supply that industry from a custody perspective, from an audit perspective. And then on the other side we have just the UI UX experience idea, right? So what kind of applications can we launch to make it easier for users to get into the space? AA wallets was a big piece before, where before you had to actually open a wallet, you had to put in your seed phrase. It was a very complicated process. Now it just gets created in the back end, right? So again, the idea is going away from tech first to user first, and anything which kind of can help drive that, be it both on the developer side or on a user side, is exciting for me right now at the moment.
Brilliant. You're such a fountain of knowledge, Toby. Thank you so much for joining us today. You're fantastic. Thank you.
Pleasure. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'm now joined by Dr. Mark Staples, who is from CTO, Digital Finance CRC. Dr. Staples, you played a pivotal role in Australia's recent pilot of a CBDC as Chief Technology Officer. What were some of the key outcomes of the pilot, and were there any cases that you found particularly novel?
Yeah, so the CBDC project that we did with the Reserve Bank of Australia was looking at trying to understand what were the reasons to have a CBDC, what were the sort of business use cases that would be enabled by a CBDC that might not be possible in today's payment system in Australia. So there were a lot of industry interest and participation, and lots of a bunch of use cases that were trialled in the project. It's hard to pick a favourite. We had a cattle sale at a cattle auction. That was quite fun. And there were also some other good wholesale cases for wholesale payments between banks, and also some interesting use cases around programmable payments using kind of programmable stablecoins backed by the CBDC.
Brilliant, fantastic, thank you. And which technologies are most likely to rapidly develop alongside CBDCs, for example, blockchain or smart legal contracts?
Yeah, CBDCs, some people think that you have to do a CBDC on a blockchain. Not necessarily, but they can work with blockchains, and that was done in the project. Blockchain, smart contracts, increasing use of privacy technologies as well.
Perfect. Well, thank you so much for joining us today, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the conference here.
Thanks.
Thank you. Perfect, that was great. Thank you. I'm now joined by Jamie Coots, who is a crypto market analyst. It's lovely to have you here today.
Thank you very much for having me.
Fantastic. Now, are we in a bull market?
Yeah, most of the indicators that I look at, whether it's on-chain data, whether it's the sort of macro environment, and also the technical levels that we've seen Bitcoin break in the past couple of months, it's clearly that we are in a bull market. I think for most people to keep in mind is like bull markets in crypto are very much intertwined with the liquidity environment. And although that we've had a period of 2 years of extraordinarily tight monetary policy from central banks around the world, we can see now that over the next sort of 6 to 12 months, that is going to shift. And interestingly, Bitcoin, and followed by some other crypto assets afterwards, started to detect this even before other asset classes did over the last couple of months. And so we've broken through some very important levels. On-chain data is also starting to increase. If you look at the fees being collected by blockchains, the infrastructure within the crypto economy, the blockchains, layer ones, layer twos, that's also increasing. So usage is up, adoption is up. So yes, I think we're in a bull market.
Okay, brilliant. Thank you. And what is the importance of Bitcoin as a portfolio asset?
Well, I think the world is starting to understand and realize, and it's not just because BlackRock are now entering the space to provide an investment vehicle for institutional investors as well as private wealth, that Bitcoin offers some very unique characteristics to a portfolio. A lot of the time you hear the headlines about the volatility of this asset, and really for most investors what they should be focusing on are things like the risk-adjusted return, which is really just a complicated way of saying you're more than compensated with the returns of this asset for the volatility that it provides. And for many portfolio managers, they look at assets that can offer a somewhat non-correlated return stream that have very good risk-adjusted returns. And, we look at sort of Bitcoin and maybe 13, 14 years of existence. It's got a huge adoption curve ahead of it. It's only just really started. And so as a portfolio asset, as a diversifier, it's starting to now resonate with a lot of the institutional community that some exposure is really warranted.
Brilliant. Thank you so much. And what does the outlook for crypto adoption look like?
Yeah, it's really interesting. You can see all this on chain. This is one of the wonderful things about this asset class and this industry is that there's so much transparency. So when I look on chain and look at one metric, if there was a single metric to really capture adoption, it is the number of active addresses or the number of daily active users in the space. And so really there was smart contracts started in 2016 with Ethereum. It was really only until 2019 and 2020 that other alternative L1s came on and we started to see DeFi take off and then NFTs followed. The signal here is that daily active addresses has gone from about 500,000 users in 2019 to 5 million users as of 2023. Big question is, can it sustain that growth going forward? And if you look at the growth rates and the technology that's coming through, the scaling improvements, the costs are coming down, more of the traditional world is starting to build in these environments, we could possibly get to 100 million active users by 2029, 2030. And that has obviously big implications for the assets themselves, the prices of these assets.
It'll be interesting to see kind of what happens in the future with that one. What exciting developments are you tracking?
Yeah, well, the space has got a lot of, it's an asset class and industry that attracts a lot of noise. So the hard thing is really to cut through a lot of that sensationalism and look at actually, what is truly got product market fit. And there are a couple of areas which are very strong, which is, first really stablecoins. Stablecoins on crypto rails have product market fit, and we can see that in the adoption of emerging markets, the global south, and really now starting to see it being incorporated into developed markets in the Web 2 companies. PayPal has its own stablecoin. Coinbase has its own L2 on Ethereum. We're now starting to see these traditional companies come in, build, and it's going to be facilitated by stablecoins. The other areas which are really interesting, there is a technology called account abstraction. It's a very sort of not clear term. Account abstraction just simply means that the digital wallets that we'll use in the future will have programmability, which means that in the future, financial products, you will be able to, number one, remove or eliminate the need for seed phrases, which is, my mother would never use a digital wallet because she wouldn't know how to manage a seed phrase. And she would like to know if there's a recovery password and a 2FA setup, things that she's familiar with her internet banking. That's now already in blockchains and in digital wallets, only just starting. That means that, the people that were previously, technically not competent enough to use it, which isn't a criticism. That's a failing of the technology to make the user experience better, is going to transform dramatically. And so that's another big area. And of course, NFTs and tokenization, AI. We're not going to get to 100 million users in the next 5 to 6 years based on humans alone. We're going to see AI agents with digital wallets or AI agents interacting with our digital wallets online. That's how we get the usage, and that's obviously very exciting.
Wow, it's amazing to see where technology is going to take us. It's a whole new world. All right, and final question, what does the regulatory environment look like for the industry?
It depends on the region. There is a very clear divide globally between the countries that are seeking to innovate, seeking to get a leg up in the industry, taking very proactive stances on regulations. If you look in the Middle East, it's the only area in the world where they've set up a crypto-specific regulator. Every other country is trying to jam crypto into their existing frameworks because it's easier for whatever reason. And I don't think that necessarily means it won't work under those regimes. But that approach is attracting a huge amount of capital. So if you look at the growth in the industry in the Middle East, literally I was on a webinar yesterday with a guy in the Middle East. He says he can pick up the phone, speak to the regulator, have a meeting that day. And when you've got that kind of interaction between regulators and industry, you're going to attract a lot of capital, you're going to attract a lot of technology, and you're going to attract a lot of usage because the consumer protections are there. So the regulatory front is somewhat divided between old world, new world. Unfortunately, here in Australia, we're very slow. But you can see the regulators are making strides. There's a consultation paper that's out, and I think we'll get somewhere pretty productive in sort of the next 12 to 18 months. But obviously, in that timeline, there may be other regions that will leap ahead.
Wow, so kind of watch this space then. Yeah. Brilliant. Well, thank you so much for your time today. It's been fantastic to have you.
I appreciate it. Thanks very much.
Thank you. I'm really excited to be joined here by Marina, who is the president of the Australasian Society for Computers and Law. Marina, it's absolutely lovely to have you here today. Now, Marina, you are a lead multidisciplinarian from the Learn Society focused on achieving the UN Sustainable Developmental Goals at the intersection of law, technology and society. How important would you say multidisciplinary engagement is in solving the challenges and opportunities presented by emerging technologies such as AI and digital currencies?
Thank you. That question goes to the heart of the mission of the Society, which is a volunteer organisation, a leading charity as well. What we're looking at is bringing multiple disciplines together intergenerationally and trying to solve these really large problems. What would be a large problem? The environment is emerging to be a large problem. As we move into a digital reality, there are issues that can arise there that are best solved through a disciplinary engagement. And we have a number of panels, events throughout the year where we bring together these great thinkers from across professions to discuss issues. For example, digital currency. What does that mean for digital identity? What does that mean for privacy? What does that mean for regulation itself? Or that also to be coded and in a way that machines can consume it, not just humans to consume analog law when we're dealing with digital assets. So there are a host of very important issues that we're addressing together, all with the hope to making the world a sustainable place, communities sustainable, and that happy spark that comes from people coming together and working together in a collegiate way. So we're very excited about the work we do, and it's essential, I think, in this environment.
Definitely very, very essential. And how can we increase engagement and improve policy design?
I think it starts by being willing to ask questions and to engage with multiple people across all walks of life and different professions. That willingness, that curiosity, and the drive behind it to say that, well, together we're better. No individual can solve these problems, but together we can make things better for a broader number of people. So excited about what the future can bring, excited about the opportunities that technology can bring, and excited to be part of that with the Society.
Definitely, lots of optimism. I love that. Together we're better. I think that's just such a great takeaway. Thank you so much for joining us, Marina.
Thank you. Thank you for your good work.
Thank you. I'm now joined by Benjamin DeMarco, who is Cyber and Technology Risk Specialist from Willis Towers Watson. Benjamin, it is lovely to have you here today. Welcome.
Happy to meet you.
Thank you. So, Benjamin, while there is much discussion about the creation, use and regulation of digital assets, in your opinion, should there be more discussion of risk and governance?
So, completely agree with that sentiment. We have regulations coming through, but the challenge that you've fundamentally got is even before the laws get there, there's consumer expectation, there's stakeholder expectation. And with all of these types of technologies, it often boils down to the same principles: availability, confidentiality, integrity. So if you have that governance hat on, if you're thinking about it risk first, you're always in a very good position to comply with the laws.
Brilliant. No, that makes absolute sense. And how important is understanding insurance to the emergence of safe digital assets?
So for insurance right now, there's a lot of cynicism around digital asset companies, the types of losses, the social engineering attacks. But I think the approach that insurers have taken, the things they're focused on, cybersecurity, data governance, strength of risk management more generally, they're a very, very good learning source for you when you're in the digital asset space, and where you can get insurance demonstrating to the market that you've got that level of maturity. That's also very powerful for what you're trying to do in the wider sense.
Brilliant. That was fantastic. Thank you so much, Benjamin, and thank you for joining us today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I'm really excited to be joined here by Siobhan, who is the CEO and co-founder of Real to Logic. Siobhan, it's lovely to have you here.
Lovely to meet you too. Thank you for having us.
Thank you. So Siobhan, you're an expert in finance innovation. You are a strong advocate for what you have described as regulatory digital infrastructure. What is it, and how far away is Australia from adapting this technology created by Real to Logic?
We're at a very pivotal point within development of nascent and disruptive technology. And I always think of disruptive in a positive sense, just like risk is not a dirty word, it's actually a positive word. So when you look at everything that's going on, our legal and our regulatory frameworks are actually quite analogous and quite sort of in not fit for purpose, let's just say. So the unintended consequences of bringing on new rules and regulations for AI and quantum and so forth are actually impacting other areas of legislation and regulation. And if you can't have it in a format that is queryable, that you can reason, or we call it a digital twin. When people think of digital twins, they think of buildings. We are actually thinking of it in regards of regulatory infrastructure, that it underpins operating models. So instead of companies and innovators spending lots of time on red tape and trying to figure out where they fit in, if they're able to actually interact with it, at a digital level, and it can actually interact with their systems, it sort of breaks down that barrier. And it, unfortunately, it's very much chicken and egg. Within Real to Logic and within the organisation within OSCO that I work with, we're very much forward thinking that you need to be able to understand the rules and the regulations, but also how they're operationalised. And there is a disconnect between the legalese and compliance. And if you digitize rules, they're just digital code, they're meaningless. You have to see them in context, and that's what digital regulatory infrastructure is. It's seeing the rules and regulations and frameworks that we work in on a daily basis in context. It's not 3D, it's 4D, it's temporal. So when you're dealing with things from blockchain and smart contracts and Web3 in the metaverse, all the way through to even sitting in your car at your lunch break and applying for a loan, you unpeel that and go 3 layers down, or levels of Alice as we call it. There's a hamster on a ventilator. It's not really digital. And we need to move away from that, and we need to get that true digital regulatory infrastructure that will allow all of the great people that we have here today and around the world innovating, that they have that backup and that their time and effort is not spent on red tape and understanding the rules.
Well, that's brilliant. You explained that in such a comprehensive way. That was brilliant. Thank you so much. And just one more question. Why do regulators and lawmakers need to take notice?
To play on the words before, we need to put fun back into dysfunctional. It's compliance and regulation is cool and sexy. despite what everybody thinks. And it's fundamental. Statutory interpretation, the rules and the regulations that we have are there for a purpose. We're humans and we can be a bit stupid. And I mean that in the best and nicest way. So it's sort of chicken and egg. So I call it this sort of governance paradox. Things happen like the GFC or things go wrong or AI and they legislate and they put in more belt and braces and that makes it harder for people to actually operate and to innovate and so forth. And then something else happens and then they legislate again. And it's they're chasing their tail. So the regulators and are chasing the tail of technology and of companies. And then companies are looking at ways to look in the grey. And see how, but unfortunately, because it's so disparate and so disconnected, and we don't have that one true digital infrastructure, that's where mistakes are made and you get nefarious actors. So I think regulators and governments and so forth need to start looking at our rules and regulations in a holistic sense and start looking at it going, what are the unintended consequences of our cybersecurity laws or our AI laws that will have on privacy or multi-jurisdiction or our exporters in Australia. We have amazing, sort of newly just pure, so very much Australia. Our exports are amazing, but when you look at equivalency rules and look at trying to get our farmers and get our goods and our technology out into the world, it's very, very difficult because of multi-jurisdiction, because of different rules, not quite, it's like a round peg into a square or a square peg into a round hole. So if you have it in a digital format, something that can be reasoned with, queried with, it allows people to be the best version of themselves. And I think that's, if we want it from an Australian perspective, want to be at the table with the big boys and start having our voice heard, we need to start moving in. And there are some amazing things going on with Standards Australia, with CSIRO, and with all of the companies that are involved here with Auscol that are actually pushing those boundaries. And it would be great now if we could have our regulators and so forth sort of taking that step back and having key risk indicators measured to their key performance indicators. I think might change their tune just a little bit.
Be interesting to see what happens in the future. Well, thank you so much, Siobhan. You've been amazing. Thank you for joining us today.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm really excited to be joined by Aparna from Baker McKenzie. Now, Aparna is an IP lawyer, and Aparna is currently working in the metaverse, which is just kind of blowing my mind at the moment. So, Aparna, I would love to hear more about what your job actually entails.
So we're currently, Metaverse is a happening space at the moment, and we're doing lots of advisory work with our clients, helping them really see what the Metaverse can do for their businesses, so understanding the regulatory landscape so that they can actually venture out and establish a business presence in the Metaverse. But then once they're actually out there, then there is a lot of infringing conduct that they're faced with. And the problem with the Metaverse is that a lot of Metaverses are decentralized, where you don't have any governing body behind the Metaverse. So if you do find infringing conduct in the Metaverse, how do you take action against that? There's nobody that you can really go after. So we've been assisting our clients in trying to figure out a strategy as to how to attack infringing conduct in the Metaverse, which is a borderless space, and with the rights, trademark rights, brand rights, copyright, all being territorial, how can clients then really translate their territorial rights into that borderless world? So that's what we've been working on. Exciting space and lots to be done.
Wow, that it's just kind of blowing my mind. I mean, where do you think the metaverse is going to go? If we look at, say, 5 years ahead, what do you think, what issues will you be coming across, do you anticipate, if you were to look ahead?
Sure thing. So I think the metaverse is only going to grow from where we've got it. Digital twinning is, it takes metaverse really into that industrial space. And there was a bit of a setback to the metaverse industry, I think in the last year with the FTX crash, the NFT crash a little bit, but it has bounced back from that. And I think in the next 5 years, we're going to see that metaverse really transform our daily lives, but also in the industrial and the manufacturing side. So we're going to see a lot of the businesses taking their manufacturing abilities into the metaverse. We could even see metaverse offices, where people are actually just congregating for their meetings in the metaverse. So there's a lot to be done, and I think all of that has to be done bearing in mind the regulatory landscape, the laws that apply, whether it's employment laws or IP laws. So I think a lot of legal consultation needed in the space.
Wow, it's just a fascinating one. I can't wait to see kind of where it takes us next. Thank you so much for joining us today.
To be here, thank you.
Thank you. I'm now joined by Dr. Anton, who is a senior lecturer at UNSW. So, Anton, you are an internationally recognized for your research and thought leadership in banking and finance. What would you say are the three most significant trends that you are seeing at the moment?
There are so many trends to talk about. If I'm to choose three, I'd start with the reform of cross-border payments that's ongoing right now. It's a process that started in 2020 by the G20, the group of 20 states, and it has 5 pillars. And I think it's important to acknowledge that different countries, under the leadership of some of the international standard-setting bodies, are figuring how best to make the international cross-border payments cheaper, faster, more accessible. And so the starting point for this whole reform is in the existing payment framework. So we're not really talking about launching something completely innovative. So it's looking back at the infrastructure we already have in place, harmonization of existing rules, improving the way we handle the data, such as things like handling APIs or transitioning to ISO 20022 standards. But the fifth pillar, I think, is one of the most exciting ones, is the examination of global stablecoins and central bank digital currencies as the potential solution to this whole cross-border payments issue. And this is something that's really exciting. I'd like to see where this is all going. The second issue, I'd say, is the regulators are thinking how best to deal with the risks of digital assets or crypto assets, as we put it. There are so many reforms that are ongoing domestically and internationally. So regulators are thinking how to deal with stable coins and the global stable coins in particular, how to deal with the issue of debanking of fintech providers, and how to manage the macroprudential risks, say what capital requirements should be for banks and financial institutions exposed to digital assets. So many is ongoing. And finally, I think the third issue would be open banking and open finance. This is the development of new platforms, new technology solutions that would facilitate the sharing of customer data across the economy as the customer directs in a safe and protected manner. And I think in Australia we are essentially standard setters around the world. We have the Consumer Data Right Framework, which has taken the concept of open banking and open finance and extended it to other sectors of the economy. This is what I like to call customer data sharing framework, and I think it's one of the most advanced frameworks in the world right now, something to look out for. New Zealand has followed in our footsteps. This is going to follow, I think. And if I can do a shameless plug, I have a book called Customer Data Sharing Frameworks, 12 Lessons for the World, that is going to be published in February 2024. So hope interest on that.
So basically go and buy the book, February 2024, it's out. That sounds excellent. We'll all have to buy a copy. All right. So is there a need for international harmonization to address the challenges that these trends raise?
I think that these issues can only be meaningfully addressed with harmonization, with the help of international harmonization. And all the things that I mentioned, they are prone to some international collaboration, at least at this stage. The G20 reform does rely on, well, not unification, but at least some kind of coordination of global standards around designing payment systems. In terms of regulating digital assets, absolutely, so much potential. Let me give you an example, because I think it's better, because I can't really talk about everything in this right now. A couple of years ago, Facebook tried to launch a stablecoin, which regulators then called global stablecoin because of the magnitude of the project, called Libra. It didn't end well because it had the potential to disrupt the global payment system immediately, because it's not some small company, it's Facebook by all accounts. And so the immediate reaction from the regulators was very negative. Please stop. effectively, because nobody knew really how to do this, how to tackle the risks that would likely be systemic, immediately systemic. Now I think we're in a slightly better place in the sense that global standard-setting bodies have come up with certain recommendations how to tackle the risks or help countries to tackle the risks of global stablecoins. So I would like to see whether a Facebook-like, Libra-like project would look like today, as opposed to a couple of years ago. But now the international regulators have thought about it and have had some consultations, at least have produced recommendations on how to tackle those risks. So maybe that initiative that was just dead on arrival a couple of years ago would now make a lot more sense. And open banking and open finance, that I mentioned, absolutely. I think that open banking and open finance is going to advance, and then a lot of potential in sharing customer data arrives from being able to safely and securely share the data across borders to the extent it's actually feasible without compromising on data security. If that's possible to achieve in the long term, I don't think this is a short-term perspective, that will be excellent. So yeah, I think so.
Wow. This is just a fountain of knowledge, Anton. It's great. Just one last question, if I can bother you for that. How will CBDCs impact open banking?
Well, that's a difficult one, because I think when people say CBDC and open banking, they don't put them together, because the very idea of a central bank of an open banking framework is to effectively disrupt the incumbent financial institutions that already have large amounts and control large amounts of customer data and would not want to share that data with their potential competitors. But if we think of a central bank digital currency, CBDC, as an alternative way for customers to make payments or to store value in the financial system, then surely that would mean that certain amounts of customer data, the payments that customers make, will not belong to the banks from the start. They will be within this central bank controlled ecosystem, if you will. Well, it all depends on the design, of course, but I think in a sense it will slightly dilute the scope of a problem when all the customer data is controlled by a handful of financial institutions. It will make the problem less manifested. But then there comes the issue whether the open banking frameworks will enable other companies to, like small fintechs, for example, to tap into the customer data that is stored inside this open banking payment ecosystem. So I think legal changes will need to be made if it's a regulated framework. If it's not a regulated framework, well, will need to be seen. But I think a CBDC is likely to facilitate open banking by all accounts and make the problem of, the silos of customer data less pronounced, at least.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Dr. Anton. It has been great to have you here with us today. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I'm now joined by Benjamin Barder, who is Executive Design Director from TCS Interactive. Benjamin, it is lovely to have you here with us today. Now tell us, what do you do and what does your company do?
I'm leading the experience design practice in Australia and New Zealand for TCS Interactive. TCS Interactive is the creative agency arm of Tata Consultancy Service, a global IT consultancy company. And we just make sure that we provide the technical service, also ensure that there's a great service experience. We have three work areas at TCS Interactive. One is about all the design solutions, building designs, translating a brand into the digital space, into the design systems, the experience design and service design. Then we also have a build area to build marketplaces, Marcom solutions, and drive the whole marketing automation. And then also have a marketing strategy area where we enable AI-driven services, automated marketing services, and detailed data analytics.
And your role within that is, what was your kind of key takeaway in terms of what you do?
I help the companies to make sure that they can provide a consistent brand experience that is engaging for the audiences, and also when we implement services, new systems and automated workflows, we're designing them in a way that for all the participants from a customer side, but also from the employee experience, have a great experience and a meaningful interaction with it, to really, from an employee perspective, increases the adoption and leverages, because also it's an old adage to say that your customer experience will never be greater than your employee experience. If it's hard to handle a great tool, they will never leverage its full potential. If you make it in a way that is easy to handle, then you can really enable your team, empower your team to deliver a great and design great service experiences for the customers.
Very true, very true. So why is experience design and personalization important in this booming industry?
Especially nowadays, technology is not a competitive advantage anymore. Everyone has access more or less to the same technology. But what makes the difference is how you compose the technology and what experience this technology is enabling. So it's really about design experiences that are relevant and meaningful from a customer perspective, understanding what is the customer want to do and how can we make it in the most convenient way, enable them to achieve this outcome. And that's why I was talking today about measuring your service experiences by what we call experience level agreements that focus more on what is the perceived service quality, because in the end our technical data may show we have a very efficient automated workflow, but if it's not perceived as to be handled in a good way from a customer perspective, that doesn't help. What counts is the opinion of the customer in the end, and so we need to make sure that we design experiences in a way that they are providing great added value for the customer as well as for the business.
Yeah, so it's definitely customer first, yeah, customer led. Final question, Benjamin. How is your area of expertise helpful for fintech?
Especially in the fintech space, where they try to disrupt the market, challenge the established big players that have a much bigger funding of they have an established customer base that is sticky potentially, at least to a specific point, and they try to break in. And how can they break in? The main difference is not technology, but it is technology in a different way. It's the services that the technology is enabling. So you need to design your experiences in a way that they make the difference, that you have a much better experience than being with one of the established players in the market, and it makes you more agile. You'll be able to react to what the customers want and the constantly evolving service experiences customers demand.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Benjamin. You have been fantastic, and thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm really excited to be joined by Dr. Saeed, who is a senior data scientist at IBM. It's fantastic to have you here today. Thank you. Now, in your opinion, what has been the single most impactful contribution of AI to society thus far?
To my opinion, I think that like accessibility of the information is the most important thing. Nowadays, everybody has a large language model like ChatGPT in their phone. They can access the information. They have more knowledge about different things. That is the most impact that generative AI bring to the society.
Fantastic. How can the AI community ensure responsible use of AI in sensitive applications?
Whenever we want to use the AI application for the business, for the society, we need to be sure that we consider the AI ethics and we have a guardrail to control the AI solution, or we use this AI solution to augment our knowledge, augment the solution that we provide, not AI solution, and leave it for everything for the. Yeah.
Fantastic. And one last question. Where do you see AI heading in the next decade, and what are the potential breakthroughs that you see on the horizon?
As you saw in the announcement in the Meta and Ray-Ban, in the next decade, we should live with AI. AI is everywhere. And then maybe we wear the AI, and then that's the most impactful things. And then we should be proud to locate it in this moment, to use this capability, huge capability, to have a better vision about everything happening in the society. Yeah.
So we'll all be living in the metaverse?
Yes, I enjoy it.
You heard it here first. Thank you so much, Dr. Saeed.
Thank you for interviewing me.
Thank you. I'm now joined by Giselle from EdgeArc. Giselle, it is lovely to meet you.
Thank you, Kate. Really nice to meet you as well.
Thank you so much. Now tell us, what is EdgeArc?
So EdgeArc is like a one-step financial education center. So we provide financial courses like education. So you can learn from our traders. We have like really professional teachers, let's say. Yeah, and then so we have so these professional traders will set up a Telegram group or like a WhatsApp group or WeChat group, whatever you want to enter. So and then so they will provide some professional advices for you. If you have any questions, just feel free to ask them. And then so except that what you'll gain from like being our clients is that. So of course, like you'll have a lot of opportunities to just like feel free to join our active trading communities. So yeah.
Brilliant. And if people are interested in joining EdgeArc, how should they find you?
Well, so we located here in Town Hall in Sydney CBD. So you can just go to our website edgearc.org. And then except that, you can also find us on Google Maps.
Fantastic. And Giselle, what's your role within EdgeArc?
So I am the senior account executive. For my role, I basically just deal with customers and then just solve their questions if they have any questions or just like they would like to know what we provide. You can always feel free to come to me.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Giselle. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you very much, Kate. It's just like it's always such a pleasure to like join such a big expo. And then yeah, we had a lot of fun here.
Yeah, it's such a great conference. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Kate. Really nice to meet you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm now joined by Steve from BTX. Steve, it is lovely to have you here today. Welcome.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you. Now, tell us, what on earth is BTX?
Yeah, look, we're a technology blockchain company. We're solely focused at this point on the equine industry, so the racing, breeding, global business, and we've just launched our first few products in Australia.
Okay, can you tell us a little bit more about these products?
Yeah, of course. One of our first products is a fractionalized ownership of racehorses, so using blockchain to enable people to buy into racehorses at more affordable prices. So these are real racehorses, they're earning prize money on the track, and people can now buy into racehorses from about $75. So traditionally it's $5,000, $10,000 to buy into a horse, so this is a pretty easy way to buy in and experience racing.
Wow, so from $75, someone could potentially own part of a racehorse.
Part of a racehorse. So we've seen people buy one share, we've seen people buy hundreds of shares in those horses and build up their stake in those racehorses. So.
Wow, that's incredible. So you're a real kind of disruptor in the industry, is that right?
Yeah, well, we think so. We think, ultimately this comes down to fractionalized ownership. This is tokenization of real-world assets. So whether it's a horse, whether it's real estate, we're sort of proving what can be done with assets. You can see one of our other products is actually a breeding product where people can invest in the newborn foals and actually take them through auctions and get returns on investment that way. So, how you see people investing in wine and other assets, well, this is another alternative asset that we're now looking at.
Okay, so it's like you can invest in a foal or a horse, and it's kind of a different world to go into.
Correct. On the racing side, it's a lot more experience and prize money, but the breeding side, there's a lot more financial returns. So these are our first two products, but we're sort of looking now onto how we build new things with blockchain across the equine industry. So I think marketplaces, gamification, and welfare. Blockchain has a massive welfare application as well, so excited there.
True. Wow, this is a whole new industry. And what is your role within BTX?
That's a good question. I'm the CEO, so founded BTX 2 years ago now. So no, it's been an exciting journey. We're working with some really great industry partners in Australia. We're now looking at other countries. We've got a couple of partners in the UK, Ireland, and some other jurisdictions. So it should be some really exciting 6 months coming up.
Fantastic. And what gave you the idea to start the company?
Yeah, of course. Look, great racing industry. It's an exciting industry, but it is a traditional industry. So it's quite manual, paper-based. It's pretty illiquid, expensive. Those are some great problems that blockchain actually solves. So if you once we actually looked at that from a blockchain, from an enterprise software application, that was really exciting for us. And then racing obviously is a pretty fun sport. But then the breeding side, welfare, there's some really great things we can do, and global. So I think there's a real trend in the market around tokenization of real world assets at the moment. So I think what we're showing here is, well, it's very doable. This is a horse, but that could be any other asset. So pretty exciting.
Definitely. And just one last question. If you were to look ahead or look into your crystal ball, the kind of next 5 years or the future of BTX, what do you kind of hope for?
Yeah, I think it'll be something that people will find traditional. I think as soon as you say blockchain horse racing, I think at some point this will just become how you do ownership. I don't think we'll use the word such as blockchain. It'll just be, this will be how you do it. And there'll be lots of other assets. You'll see people owning Australian racehorses from the UK, Australians owning horses in other jurisdictions. Those barriers will be broken, and I think blockchain will help do that.
It's quite amazing, isn't it, to see where it's going to go. Thank you so much, Steve.
No, thanks for having me.
Thank you. I'm now joined by Mr. Peter Burke, who is a board member from FPG. Peter, lovely to have you here with us today. How has your experience been so far trading with FPG?
I can only say it's been exceptionally good. I've found them to be very transparent. There's ultra low latency and it's very fast execution and ultra low speed. Ultra low spreads. I got that wrong. Almost made it through.
Brilliant. Thank you so much. All right, so what kind of markets and services do FPG provide to your clients?
Well, it's quite diverse. We have access to global markets, a variety of products, including US stocks, gold, and there's one account manager for each client, and a comprehensive market analysis is part of the offering.
Brilliant, thank you. In the current financial services industry, how do you ensure the security of customer funds?
Well, the key point there is the segregated client accounts that we have. So basically, clients can be assured that their accounts are separate to everyone else's, as well as the company itself.
Brilliant, fantastic. Thank you so much, Peter, for joining us today.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So kind of talk down the barrel towards the camera if you can. I'm really excited to be joined by Asvid from Plasmit. We've just been talking earlier, but Asvid, I would love for you to tell everybody exactly what Plasmit is and what is your role within the company.
Plasmit is a health tech company transforming the future way of care delivery. So currently, hospitals across the world are struggling to deliver point-in-time care, more specifically when the care provider is outside the hospital. Let's take a scenario when the patient is in the ICU and the doctor is not in the hospital. Due to that reason, every year, million people are losing their life. What we are doing, within the hospital ecosystem, all the medical devices, the way they are, we connect with through Plasmit edge computing device to get the data in the real time and make it available to the doctor on the real time on their mobile devices or any devices to make them sure that they are able to deliver the timely care interventions. At the same time, this solution also enables that the way we are capturing the data, if there is any challenges or any abnormality in the health vitals, it will generate an alerts and abnormality to make all the care provider to engage with, and through the collaboration feature, all of them are taking the decision in the timely manner to deliver the timely care intervention. In this way, every year in the world, we would be able to save million lives in the world, and also multi-trillion-dollar revenue leakage across the world due to such care delivery challenges. So in this way, what we are thinking that the world would have a shift from the illness-driven care to the wellness-delivered care, and we will have a better reduce the mortality and the morbidity across the whole ecosystems. And this solution is enabled through all the emerging technology like edge computing, distributed computing, as well as AI, ML, blockchain-enabled technologies. In this way, what will enable that patient can opt in whom they would like their data to be available at what point of time, and through that shading distribution, we will make sure that the patient care is being delivered in the timely care interventions. I would be more than happy to see if I'm able to bring the smile to each individual people. In this way, it will not only save the life of the care recipient, but also it will improve the quality of life of the care provider, and doctor would have a better working condition altogether. In this way, finally, the hospital would improve their profitability as well as they can increase their revenue model altogether.
Wow, I mean, there are so many benefits there. So is it not only better for the patient as well, but also for the care professionals? So if people are interested in Plasmit, how can they find out more?
So our website is www.plasmitvector.com, and they can scan through our Plasmit website. So we believe in democratizing the healthcare and bringing the healthcare to the last mile people. More specifically to the scenario in Australia, if the patient is in the audience, they should not be airlifted from the audience to the Perth. From there, they should be able to deliver the care. This is the intent what we are aiming for.
Fantastic. Plasmit, you must go and check it out, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thanks a lot for having me here and giving such an opportunity to expose our company to the global event.
Thank you. Well, I'm excited for the future for you. Thank
you very much.
Thank you. From Backbone, Kavita, it's lovely to have you here today.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Kavita. Now tell us, what is Backbone?
Well, Backbone, we're a business matchmaking platform. So what we've done is we've gamified the way small and medium-sized businesses can connect, promote, and learn together with the idea to get more customers on everyone's radar. So really, really designed for small to medium-sized businesses, up to 200 employees. We're quite industry agnostic, but the idea is we want to make it easier to spread the word about what they do.
Fantastic. And what's your role within Backbone?
So I'm the founder and CEO. In fact, I created Backbone because of my own personal experience. So I spent nearly 20 years in the tech SaaS space. So I was at LinkedIn, Dropbox, Uber. And then I set up my own consulting firm. And I realized that word of mouth is the only way small businesses get business. And I really wanted to change it because word of mouth's great, but it's not sustainable. It has its peaks and troughs. And so I decided to have some fun and build Backbone. And rest is history, as they say.
I was going to say, and here you are. That's an absolutely amazing story. And it's so great when you meet a founder and they found that little gap in the market and you're delivering kind of what people want. So if we were to look ahead, Backbone, say the next 5 years, dare I say 10 years, I suppose what your hopes, your goals, your dreams for the future with Backbone?
Well, we have it right behind you. Our vision is to be the world's #1 B2B platform connecting businesses across the globe for mutual benefit. So we really want to break down the geographies, break down borders. If we've got a marketing business sitting in Singapore wanting to work with a tech firm in Sydney, we want to make that seamless. If there's a coaching business in London and a law firm in Singapore, we want to make that possible. So, yeah, but we're starting with Australia. We launched in December. We've got 400 members in about 10 odd months. So, yeah, watch this space.
Watch this space. And if people do want to find out more about Backbone, where can they go?
Our website is bizbackbone.com, B-I-Z, backbone.com. We've made it really easy, a 3-month free trial, no strings attached, no download, no credit cards. Come and try it. We've got the app, it's got a marketplace, there's advertising. We run really fun events twice a month. We have business speed dating. So you get to meet multiple businesses in quick succession with the idea, you get someone good and then you can go and have a coffee later. But we want to just increase the odds of you meeting your customers and your future business partners that much faster.
That's amazing. Kavita, good luck for the future. Good luck for Backbone. It sounds amazing and definitely go and check it out. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
I'm now joined by Linda, who is CSO and CMO of Emerging Payments Association Asia. Linda, it's so lovely to meet you and have you here today. Linda, tell me more about you and why you're here.
Hello, thank you so much for having me here. It's been amazing. I've been here on a panel. I work for a company which is Emerging Payments Association Asia, and we are a corporate association working for policy advocacy throughout Asia Pacific, which was one of the key topics, I think, on all the panel here, the regulatory changes and evolution, and how do we make sure that we can do cross-border payments safely, securely, with transparency for the consumers. So we influence key markets to make that easier, to make payments cheaper, more secure and data-rich, of course, we like that, and also accessible to all. There's a lot of underserved segments in Asia-Pacific, which creates a lot of opportunities for companies that are here tonight that they can look into and expand on their value proposition. We also spoke about the less investment or harder to get investment in fintech startups. And I think that is really key when you do your due diligence and when you do your strategy. Look at underserved segments, really build your pilots strong so you can showcase what you are doing differently. Don't go down the easy route of trying to replicate what someone else is already doing, just shifting it slightly, but you might need to do a bit more, and then you will get more investment, a bit more innovative. Look at areas where there's a gap. So really, payments is an interesting space. I myself obviously work in payments, but it is interesting. And in regards to investors, it's actually still 30% of all investment from fintech goes to payments. Wow. So that's an area for the future.
Oh, wow. Okay, that's brilliant. So what you're saying is definitely be innovative, find that gap in the market, and that's how you're going to step ahead.
Exactly.
There you go. You heard it here first from Linda. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'm now joined by Chenny from Asia Blockchain Society. It is so lovely to have you here with us today at the conference. Can you tell me more about your company, your role, and what you've been doing here at the conference today?
Okay, thank you very much. I'm Chenny Choi from Hong Kong, and I'm the founding president of Asia Blockchain Society. So our organization is dedicated to promote the blockchain technology and education and let the people know what is the blockchain and what's the application, how we can improve the coming future for the society, what we can do for the human beings, especially right now we're talking about the AI, right? So I think blockchain technology can empower AI and to have a better life for the human beings. So what I'm here, I was invited to be the panelist here to share the blockchain application and for the industry. And I also like to promote the blockchain like industry, also the cryptocurrency, virtual asset from Hong Kong, because right now the Hong Kong is open and the government also supports this industry. So we like to invite around the world people to come to Hong Kong to develop your business in Hong Kong. And thank you for your interview. And I'm love to share here. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Fantastic. So we should head over to Hong Kong. Come join you in Hong Kong, Chenny, and go from there.
Okay. Yeah, and Hong Kong is really open, and right now we have a lot of policies to support. Even government have some fundings to support the startups of the blockchain and crypto startups companies. Yeah, and we have the Cyberport. They have the incubator and also have the office to support these new companies. So I think Hong Kong also can have the financial hub and a lot of funds or investment companies or VCs will invest the startups of the crypto startups companies. Yeah, so I think this is a good opportunities.
Yeah, I was just going to say the future's looking exciting then for Hong Kong and the future. Fantastic. Well, thank you so much for joining us here today.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm really excited to be joined here by Dr. Mahendra, who is the director of Meta 61. Now, I just am so intrigued about the metaverse. I would love for you to incite me and everyone else. Can you just tell us more about the metaverse, where it's going, what does the future look like, and what should we be looking out for?
Yeah, so metaverse is a concept like immersive, which bring immersive customer experience. It's a term like coming from scientific friction, but later evolved with certain underlying technologies. In particular, we are looking into computer vision, acoustic, and intuitive interactions, which were recently evolved in line with some of the data and artificial intelligence, and make this metaverse concept viable to productionize, monetize. And then people talk about how metaverse can be adapted for various perspectives. Like, for example, some people looking into customer experience, and they think of like metaverse will be the next revolution of the web, World Wide Web, and it is a part of the Web3, and it is supported by some of the other technologies like blockchain and various other emerging technologies. Eventually help people to interact, collaborate in a digital environment.
Wow. So can I just ask, in the metaverse, will we have our own avatar? So I would be an avatar, you would have an avatar, and we would be in the digital metaverse. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think in future there will be a personalities create in metaverse. Beyond avatar, you will have your own costumes.
Oh, wow.
You will create your personality in there.
Wow.
So people will invest more on their jewelries, and yeah. So it's a whole. It will entangled with people's mindset, passion, and it will evolve in a same way that social media evolved in a very short time from normal internet to social media. Then metaverse will create its own digital footprint.
Wow, so we're going to have money to spend in the metaverse that's different to money in the real world.
Yeah, so we are talking about cryptocurrencies and NFTs that backed by the blockchain technology. So people, there will be no physical, but there will be digital assets. You can buy your jewelry, so your avatars, and build your personality by purchasing these NFTs, which create whole new digital skill set. Now people talk about there will be risks of people job losses in certain skill set, but metaverse and this blockchain AI is in another viewpoint create whole lot of new skill set, creating these digital assets, environments, platforms, and people will use cryptocurrencies, NFTs to engage in the metaverse.
Wow. So really, we should all be saving up cryptocurrency and NFTs now, ready for the future in the metaverse. Is that right?
Exactly. So we need to, if you are think of new skill development, I think metaverse will be probably a new area for you to looking into new skill set. At the same time, if you are passionate, creative person, then you can create new imagination. People to get very immersive experience in the metaverse beyond the classic environment. So I think people will more engage with creativity in future through this digital environment. As you mentioned, like we need currencies, and there will be a lot of currencies evolved depending on the services that they offer. NFT is only one particular service, but there will be more other services when it comes to digital engagement.
Wow, so it's almost like to look ahead to the metaverse, it's going to open up the scope for so many more creative jobs and innovations and technology that maybe we can only just begin to dream of at the moment. Is that right?
Yeah, so I think in future people will more engage in metaverse than in physical environment. So
Wow.
with evolution of VR headsets, artificial intelligence, and development of the underlying technologies like IoT and AI and some of the intuitive interaction capabilities, I think in future there will be more sustainable, having safe, secure metaverse might be evolved for people to engage.
Wow, so we could be living longer periods of time in the metaverse than in this real world.
Probably.
Whoa, that's blowing my mind. Thank you so much. You've been amazing to talk to today.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm now joined by Mark from Atheum Market. It's so lovely to have you here today. Welcome.
For having me. Thank you for having me.
So Mark, tell me, what is Atheum?
Awesome. So I'll just grab the mic. So thank you for having me again. So Atheum is think of it as a data ownership layer built on top of blockchain technology. It empowers individuals, organizations, enterprises to take ownership of their data. Very important, right? Like we live in a world where we own none of our data. So Atheum provides this protocol that lets you do it. What's interesting about it is that it's offered as something that you can build on top of. So if you're somebody who wants to empower your users with data ownership, you can build apps on top of Atheum. As an example, we have a music app that's built on Atheum, and it's hyper-personalized like Spotify, but you actually get to own, if you're a musician, you get to own your data, you get to control your royalties, your distribution. Things like this are unheard of, right? So I think this is very relevant in the world where we're going into AI, where data is a big hot topic. So yeah, Atheum empowers this sort of world where data ownership becomes important for everyone.
Yeah, definitely. And what's your interest in finance, blockchain? Why are you here at the conference today?
Yeah. From a protocol perspective, Atheum is what's called a public goods protocol, and what that means, it's free for anyone to use, and it's global. We have established quite heavily in Europe. The reason I'm quite interested in this event is it seems like it's got quite a lot of exposure towards the Asian Pacific region, and I think data ownership problems affect everyone in the world regardless of region. So this is kind of why we're interested in this event, almost as from an education perspective to educate people on what we do. So yeah, that's pretty much it. We love to be here. We've just had a panel as well, and yeah, great energy, and it's really good.
Yeah, I was going to say there's so many people here, so many great brains in the room, and I'd love to ask you one last question. Where do you see Atheum going in the future?
Yeah, so we've been around for about 2 years now. Our platform's completely live. It's, like I said, a public goods platform, no different to Chainlink or Ethereum and so on. Where it goes to the future is what success looks to us is the ability for everyone in this room, everywhere in the world, to be able to own their data. Whether it is they pull up their phone and they're using social media, you get to own that data. If you're using artificial intelligence, you get to own that data. So success to Ethereum is a world where all of this happens.
Yeah, that's actually so vital, because in a world now, like you say, where so many people's data is just here, there and everywhere, you do feel like you have no ownership. So that's amazing that you're doing that. And I was just going to ask, how can people find out more about Atheum?
Sure, so you can head over to etheum.io, so that's our website. And if you head over there, you could probably the next step is you join our community. We got over 100,000 people in our community, and that would we would funnel you through the best place that you could learn more about us.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Mark, for joining us today. Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you. I'm really excited to be joined here by Denise, Director of Sub-Strategies. Denise, it is so lovely to have you here today. Welcome.
Nice to meet you. It's a pleasure to be here. I really appreciate the invitation, and let's go.
Yeah, definitely. Well, Denise, what does the current climate look like for the ESG techs at the moment?
Well, the ESG techs, I could say that just started like 2-3 years ago, so it's really new. We really need to work as a society, as from the side of the companies and from the side of the governments, to really move forward faster. Because as I said before, it just started like 2-3 years ago, and we need to develop a lot of work in order to really improve the performance of the companies in terms of sustainability. So just a reminder for everyone that sustainability is like the key to improve our conditions as human beings in order to decrease the risk of climate change. So, and we are talking about trillions of dollars in terms of risk. So we really need to move and really to move in ESG techs as soon as possible.
Yeah, that's big. So we really need to take this seriously, don't we? Yeah. Okay, so how do you contribute to the ESG tech ecosystem?
Perfectly. I have been working on these topics for more than 14 years right now, and I have been established my own consultancy firm that is called Strategies. So I started like 5 years ago. I have been working with the World Bank, with United Nations, and of course developing digital tools for implement sustainability strategies. That is my main focus. Develop, designing and implement sustainability strategies for governments, for any kind of organization, for companies all around the world. Secondly, creating circular economy. Circular economy, it has been really focused in goods, but of course we need to move and to start implementing circular economy in financial services. I have been doing some projects about it. And in the valuation, creating the numbers of how much impact the sustainability and the climate risk on your balance sheet, on the financial statements. So we really help the companies to translate all this kind of risk in terms of money and to understand why we need to move from there. And of course, creating all the digital tools so you as a company, as a CEO of the company, or as a chief sustainability officer or as a chief financial officer, you can have like in your app, like in your phone, what is doing your company about sustainability, about the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals for the United Nations, and what is the financial impact of that. So we are really moving forward on that.
Wow, that's fantastic. So it's combining that with looking ahead to how we can impact climate change and sustainability. And kind of on that note, what does the future look like for ESG techs?
Well, as I said before, we have a lot to do it on that, and it looks like really good in terms that, as you have noticed here, there are a lot of companies and a lot of people working on this. Of course, we need to promote more these kind of events and to create more awareness in the society, in the companies, in all the departments at the companies, like why we need to move in the digital world and how the digital world, through the artificial intelligence, blockchain, the apps, how it empowers, because literally empower us in order to enhance the sustainability performance and of course to decrease the climate change, because again it's just a reminder for all the people like it's only one planet. And sometimes we say the digital world is nothing related to climate change, but it's totally related. And it's a key. Right now, I could say it's the key, the innovation and the digitalization is the key in order to achieve the goals for sustainability and, of course, to decrease the risk of climate change, definitely.
Wow. So it's like technology is really the key, actually, for us to to basically save this one planet that we're on.
Yeah. At least two. If we want to create a better life, not for us, for the people that is coming, for the new generation, and I would say like for your granddaughters or your grandsons or your grandkids, we are still on time, but we need to really move faster.
Yeah, we need to move on this. And if people want to find out more about ESG, if you're quite new to this world, how can they find out more?
Well, they can find me on my website or literally in LinkedIn through Denise Strategies, or directly on, as I said before, in my website.
What is your website, just so that we can find you?
www.sostrategies.com. So there, or on my LinkedIn, or on my phone, that is 0426732312, but it's a company one.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Denise. It has been so fantastic to talk to you. Thank you for coming for this conference. What you're doing is great, and I'm really excited for the future.
Yeah, I appreciate it, and let's work together.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you so much. Thank you.
So that's time for 2 questions from the audience, and then
Perfect. I'm really excited to be joined here by Bridie, who's one of the co-founders of Giora. So we've just been talking before, but I would love for you to tell everybody, what is Giora and how did you come up with the idea?
Thanks, Katie. Do you want me to hold this? You've got this. Sure. Yeah, good question. Why am I here talking about farmers? No, so we're an ag tech company based here in Oz, and we work to connect farmers with better finance. So recognizing all the hard work they're doing on farm, quantifying that when it comes to kind of nature and climate risks, and then linking that in with better lending products. So they're getting back more for what they're doing to improve overall nature and climate outcomes.
Yeah. And can I ask, being the co-founder, what gave you the idea? Where did it come from? How long have you been working on the company? Just a little bit of history about you and the company.
Yeah, definitely. So I was saying before, it's kind of feels a little bit like blockchain 2018 in this room today. It's really less scandal, I'm sure, but it feels like that same kind of hype and excitement, and that's where we came out of. So we were a blockchain pilot program during the time when everyone was standing up on stage and saying supply chains were the perfect first use case for blockchain. And I think that our idea was that, yes, it was, if we could democratize access to this data, it was going to radically improve the lives of 570 million farmers. And so I guess that was our starting point. We were really deep tech then, and we've kind of come up to the user interface a little more. We still operate using Ethereum private chain as part of our tech stack, and get the pleasure of participating in lots of the pilot programs like the DFCRC that Mark Staples was just talking about. But we've recently really focused our attention on the financial incentives, specifically coming from banks, and we think that that's one of the key points to actually transition the bulk of a conventional market across to more sustainable practices. If we can get the incentives right so that the most profitable decision is also the greenest decision, then we get the 80% of the market transitioning across to better practices.
Yeah, that's awesome. And hopes for the future, if you could look into a magical ball, for example, what do you hope to see and where do you want to take your company to?
Ooh, it's a really good question. So one of the things that I think is going to happen and has to happen is that lenders are going to start to look at nature and climate risks as two of the major factors when deciding who to lend to. And so that's not just in agriculture. I think that's across any business. Your natural capital, your climate exposure are critical in building up your lending profile. And so for farmers, we want to make that easy, and we want to make that a really streamlined process for them to prove what they're doing on farm. They're already doing enough for us. So let's make that really streamlined and simple. And I think that that's the solution that Giora has in our hand for agriculture, and I'd be excited to see that happen across other industries as well.
It'll be interesting to see how that kind of spreads, and obviously farming is so huge in Australia, so it's amazing to see how technology is kind of innovating and disrupting the market. And I just wanted to ask, how can people find out more about you and the company if they're interested?
Yes, come to giora.io. You can check your eligibility for green loan products as well. Probably, I don't know if you've got a farm, Katie, but if you're a farmer and if you're a lender, really consider how you can start to bring in nature and climate impact for profit-based, level of business profitability. It's not just a sustainability label. It actually has a real dollar value linked to it, and people should start to really consider that impact a little more. So yeah, I don't know if that's a get in contact. Find me on LinkedIn, and I'll talk your ear off more about it.
Find her on LinkedIn, Bridie. You've been amazing, and it's so fantastic to learn about these industries and the possibilities for the future. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Thank you. Thank you.
So it's really cool. Thank you so much.
I am now joined by Dr. Jianing, who is principal of UWEB or UWeb. Now, many people predict an explosive growth for real-world assets, RWA tokenization. What extent of growth do you foresee for RWA tokens, and what key roles will they play in the global financial ecosystem in the future?
Okay, thank you for your interview. First, let me introduce myself very briefly. My name is Yu Jianing, and you can also call me George. I'm the president of Huobi UWeb, the University of Web3. Formerly, I run the Huobi University, and I focus on the crypto education for almost 5 years. And a lot of students from all the world have learned from us. And nowadays, we found the real-world assets tokenization is the most hottest topic around the Web3 era. And we can find out in the future, there will be more and more assets, including bonds, including stocks, and real assets, and some other alternative assets could be converted to tokens. And it could help the global financial market improve the efficiency. Just like in the past, most of the stock can only be traded in a local market, and to offering a stock globally to the investor around the world is really difficult. So as for me, I believe convert asset to the token of how the asset help us to increase the liquidity of the assets. That means you do not need to pay large of money to list your stock in Nasdaq, and you can but the investors around the world can treat your stock or asset very easily. So that's very important. And in the past, only very rich people, they could to be engaged in some very good financial products like the private equities. But nowadays, because just like some very top private equity firm convert their equity into token, and people do not have much money. They can invest in very as well. And when we allocate our assets, we found okay, I want to allocate gold, but maybe because some restriction, it's hard for you to purchase some gold. But after convert the gold to a token, you can just buy it on a DEX, on a decentralized exchange, very easily. Just use your wallet, connect to a DEX, and you can get the gold. So that's amazing. And it's not the only idea. Within this year, the Citibank they released a working paper, and they predict that there were more than how much 4 or 5 trillion US dollar assets could convert to token within 5 years before before 2013. So that will be rapid changes in the future, and we can see there are some new protocol, just like centrifuge or MakerDAO. I call them as the RWFi. On RWFi, we can trade or lending money with the RW real world asset token very easy. So I think the RW open chance for every one of us to invest in great field. We can reach the best asset world much easier than before, and we can offering our asset just like in Australia. There are a lot of very big lending, and I know investing in lending in Australia is profitable, but most of us living in Hong Kong, living in Singapore, living in other country, we are not have any chance to invest in the land in Australia. But after tokenization, everything could come true. So we should pay attention to RWA tokenization.
Wow, so it could really open up the market for everyone to kind of be more involved in the financial space then, is that what you're saying? It's kind of breaking down the barriers.
Yeah, that's true. Just like in the past, we can see just like some exchange, like Hong Kong exchange, they could some Chinese company list their stock in Hong Kong exchange, can offer to the global investors, but nowadays there are more and more barriers. There were more and more restrictions, and the people, even though the people want to invest in some market, but the fact compared with in the past, there are more and more restriction instead of more freedom. So there will be a problem, just like a lot. You know, the American bonds, the T-bills, is quite profitable. You can earn risk-free interest more than 6% per year. And but in a lot of places, people want to purchase the T-bills, but they cannot. The local bank do not provide some relative assets or investment method. So I think nowadays, a lot of companies already convert the T-bills and similar assets into token. That means everyone, even though you only have $10 in the past, you not invest. No bank or no broker will accept investor only have $10. But on chain, on the blockchain, everything becomes so fair that you can invest if only have very less money, but you can invest in it. And what's more, I think it's really good opportunity for every financial institution. Just like in the past, listing stock in a top market is only the business for the top investment bank. But nowadays, I think more and more institutions could contribute a lot to help people convert their asset to token. So like for me, because the policy in Hong Kong is really good, and we can see there will be tremendous asset be converted to token in Hong Kong. And just today in Singapore, MAS launched a new policy about the tokenization, and I think there will be some next in Singapore. So and what's more, just like about 3 years ago, there were DeFi summer. A lot of people earn a lot of money from yield farming from DeFi protocol. And nowadays, I think the RWA token, especially the DeFi for the RWA token, could be next generation of DeFi. And when the RWA become very popular, the DeFi could be a mainstream financial service around the world. So we can see maybe next year or the year after next year could be the RWA summer. And just now, RWA is a very, very small topic. Not everyone know about RWA, but definitely after maybe 2 years later, we can see everyone are talking about RWA because the boost whole. There will be yield farming, there will be liquidity mining. You invest in RWA, the RWA platform will reward with some token, and the token price could rise a lot. That means these servers could just transfer the future profit to the original users. That means everyone who participates in RWA field could earn the extra profit and much more than the RWA rewards. So just like in the past, landing on a compound, you cannot earn a lot of money, but by the reward of the RWA DeFi, you can earn a lot. So I think maybe we should pay much attention to the RWA, just like it's an emerging market, and everyone could benefit from this market. You have asset, okay, you have liquidity, you have money, okay, you will have the better reward, much higher than the common interest.
Wow, it's a whole new world, isn't it? Tokenization. So it is kind of changing it from an elitist world then at the top to making it more accessible for everyone. Is that kind of the main takeaway of the token?
Yeah, yeah, that's true. Just like I think in the future, just like the metaverse. As for me, the metaverse means the merge of physical world and the digital world. And nowadays, with the help of RWA, the value of physical world to convert to digital very easily. And in the future, we are going to pay more attention and spend more time on the digital world. So at that time, I will feel okay. The digital and the frontier of digital and the physical is quite weak. We're not very clear. And at that time, we'll see a real world asset token is physical and is digital as well. So convert to embrace the metaverse and Web3. The best way is convert more asset to the token, and not only easy for investment, not only easy for trading, but also you can use this physical asset in a kind of the digital game. Just like in the past, maybe lending only to farm or just build some buildings, but in the future, after converting to token, you can not only invest in it, but also you can link it to a kind of virtual building or virtual area, just like several days ago, I visited a museum called the TMZ. At that time, sometimes I cannot tell different from the real and the digital. But in the future, just like with the help of the Vision Pro or Vision Pro or the Quest Pro, we can see just like every one of us could be the owner of this home, this building, this hotel. And after you wear the AR glass, other companies, you can see your name. There's something mark your name, and you can feel okay. I'm the owner of this area. It's a different feeling. So feeling and trading I think it's a very important experience in the digital world. So we can definitely, with the help of tokenization, we can make it true, from dream to true.
Yeah, it's like opening us up into a 4D world when we add this digital innovation, isn't it? It's like opening up the layers and the layers and the layers. Wow. Oh my goodness, so much food for thought. Thank you so much for joining us today. You have just been a wealth of knowledge. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you a lot. I'm really glad to express and share more information. And recent days, I'm writing a book about real-world asset tokenization, and it could be published within this year. It could be the first book focused on the RWA token in the world. And the first edition will be the Chinese version, and then I will translate it into English. So I think it will definitely publish within the next year. So I really
2024.
Yeah, that's true. So I really want to have more chance to talk with you and how more and more people in Australia to understand the value of RWA and how to convert their asset to the token and how to be involved in such a great opportunity of the RWA. So let's talk.
Definitely. I was just going to say, in the meantime, though, if people are interested in RWA tokenization and want to find out more, is there a website or is there anywhere that they can go to find out more in the meantime before the book is out?
If people want to learn it, there's no book yet. I'm not quite sure, but there are some research paper. Just like one important research paper is released by the American Federal, and they describe what is the RWA tokenization and what is the principle of the tokenization, and you can read the report from BCG, the Boston Consulting Group. They have a very good report, and from the Citibank as well and the finance. So if just type on the Google, you can see some report. Even though there's no book, because my book will be the first one, but you can see it. And after my book published, you can learn the RWA very systematically. And I'm going to start some RWA courses in Singapore. In Singapore Management University. So in the future, maybe if you are interested about it, you can go to Singapore to learn more information from me.
Wow, that's fantastic, and we'll look forward to your book when it's out. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Okay, thank you a lot. Yeah, I'm really glad to have this chance to talk to you and introduce RWA, and I really hope everyone could benefit from this interview. And definitely, please believe me, the RWA is a really good opportunity for everyone. So just learn it. Start to learn it.
I think I need to go away and do my homework on RWA, definitely. Thank you so much for joining us today. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I'm really excited to be joined here today with Richard, who's Professor of Cybersecurity at UNSW. Huge title there, Richard. Now, you are a specialist in cybersecurity. Why is cybersecurity important to digital assets and the fast-evolving CBDC environment?
Well, digital assets and cryptocurrencies, whether they're issued by a central bank or just in any other way, all depend on computers doing certain things. And they give us all these benefits when they work. Digital currencies let us do the sorts of transactions we could never normally do. All sorts of digital assets allow us to get rid of physical things or allow us to operate at a distance or operate at scale. There's all these incredible benefits that everyone knows about. Everyone knows the benefits of digital stuff. But coming with good things is always bad, or the risk of bad. And I think it's human nature that we think about the good things. We tend to focus on those and we get excited by those, and often we'll blind ourselves. It's a form of confirmation bias, actually, to just notice all the great things that could happen. The role of cybersecurity is to instead think about what are the bad things that could happen, because the bad things are quite profound. If you wouldn't want to lose your house or have your business go bankrupt or have your currency suddenly disappear or be controlled by another country, or at a large scale, the things that could happen could have big impacts. And then at an individual level, there can be little small tragedies, like robo-debt's an example of that sort of thing. Do you know about robo-debt?
Oh, I was just going to ask you, what is that?
I just saw your face.
What is that? I'm learning so much.
It sounds grim. But it's something that happened in Australia where instead of having human beings process the data about people who are claiming benefits, they got computer programs to analyse it and decide who was a cheat and who wasn't and how much people should pay. And they didn't train the computer programs very well. So the computer programs started issuing massive bills to poor people saying you have to pay this money or you go to jail, and sheriffs were involved and people committed suicide. People were driven out of marriages because of it. And a lot of vulnerable people who were poor on benefits for disability or various things were being targeted by aggressive, and it was just the government using its full force on these people saying you have to pay this debt or you're in big trouble. And it wasn't for a couple of years till someone said maybe we should check what the computer's actually telling these people, and lo and behold it was found to be based on flawed reasoning, illegal reasoning in fact, and people didn't know debts yet were being hounded. So it was this complete disaster, and yet it didn't. The scale of the disaster was on the human level. It was just a whole lot of individuals had miserable lives, but it's not like a company went broke or anyone noticed that. So I think cyber security is important to both protect individual things like that, which just make a society function well, but also, for national security, national infrastructure, to make sure the wheels of commerce keep turning happily without exploding or grinding people or falling off. So that was the first question.
Yeah.
But what was the second?
Sorry, I just went off so on. I'm just so fascinated talking
It
to
is
you.
fascinating.
So there's so many. I have so many questions about cybersecurity, but I have loads. But the second question was, as director of Sec Edu, and I hope I've said that correctly, which is a leading network of cyber educators, how can universities better educate future professionals? And I think this is actually a great question.
Yeah. And the reason that's such a great question is we have this incredible shortage. So although there's this need that we just talked about to have good cyber people, cyber professionals to help man the fort and design the systems and police it and so on, there's just actually not enough humans around that can do it because it's suddenly a new thing and no one's done degrees in it, no one's learnt it. And even worse than that, we don't even really know how to teach it. So all the good people were self-taught hackers. They didn't go through a university. And initially, they were people that broke the rules and were a bit naughty when they were young, and now they're working in corporates and wearing suits and very wealthy.
Is that you?
No. This is my suit. This is my wealth. But now we need heaps more, and we need to produce them at scale. But uni really turns out people who are obedient, who are compliant. We teach at scale. You have to please the teacher. You have to write the right answers for the exam. And cyber's not about being obedient. If you're obedient and the boss says, this system is secure, you go, yes, boss, it's secure, let's move on. But a good cyber person says, yeah, maybe it is, I'll just check. So we like to think of them as rascals. So there's a sort of a challenge because we don't know how to turn out rascals at scale. Yet simultaneously we need lots of them right now. I mean, there's a shortage right now. If you were in cyber now, you would be paid vast amounts of money because people are desperate, and other people would be trying to poach you as soon as you were hired.
Oh my gosh, I think I need to go into cyber.
You should, 'cause it's really fun. So Sec Edu that you talked about before and pronounced correctly we've decided that the unis all need to get together and work out how to teach together because there's just not enough teachers around, because if you're really good at teaching, you get gobbled up, of course. So there's not enough teachers, there's no expertise in how to do it, we haven't got a long history of doing it, we haven't, as I said, worked out some of the elements of even how to do it. So rather than competing, which unis sometimes do in education because it's how we get our money, we actually need to collaborate. So Sec Edu is this organisation, an association of universities who are trying to all work together, of really nice people actually, at all the individual unis that teach cyber, trying to work out how we can look after all of our students collectively. Wow. Yeah, it is wow. I'm so proud of it. It's just starting now. It's a partnership. It's not just the unis all getting together, because of course we don't have the expertise. When I went through uni, unless I did it myself on the side, how would I even know about cyber? It wasn't a course. The people that really know the most are those self-taught hackers and professionals who are practicing now and who are in industry. So our plan is we get them to come back and help. So all our courses at UNSW are co-taught. I get wonderful people I really admire to come back and teach with me. I fetch the coffee and make sure the students sit on the seat, and then they teach them all the really great stuff to make future versions of themselves. But there's not enough industry people as well. So we need to share this precious resource that UNSW sort of snaffled quite a lot of. We actually need to share that amongst all unis, and we need to share materials. So Sec Edu's about that. How can we all work together to try and solve this problem?
That's amazing. Can I just ask what your background is?
Yeah, so my background is actually initially in finance. I was initially an actuary, which is this sort of mathematical risk-based thing. But on the side, I love computers and did used to fool around and hack and do all sorts of fun things when I was young. And it's always been fun. And then at a certain point, I realised life wasn't so fun anymore. I was doing a job that was paying me lots of money, and I did have really nice clothes for a while, but I wasn't really having my best life. I thought, this is okay, but gee, life should be fantastic because you only get one. So I went back to uni and I learned all this extra maths and stuff. And while I was there, I started teaching, and I discovered I loved teaching. And that was it for me now. And I just want my whole life to be teaching and helping people. I think that's the best life a person can have.
I agree, and it's always good to find something that feeds your soul, and we need more rascals out there. And I was just going to say, as we enter into this metaverse world, which we seem to be quickly entering into, what's that going to mean for cybersecurity?
Well, yeah, I mean, you're spot on. It's an extension of where we've been going, which is slowly, bit by bit, we're moving more and more of the things that used to happen solely in the physical world by physical means, building cars, now robots do that. Telecommunications used to be mechanical switches. Banking used to be ledgers and paper and pen. Cars used to need human hands on the wheel to drive. Slowly we're moving all those things that were physical into the computer world, and that gives us all the benefits we talked about at the beginning. but it also introduces all those risks that we hinted at as well, because if someone attacks them, now they attack cars, they attack finance, they attack our communications, they attack our factories. And the metaverse is, as you pointed out, it's a really good comment, the metaverse is really just trying to do lots of important things in a virtual world, not even trying to do them in the physical world. So if that goes down, it's not as though we've got an analog backup. Yeah. So yeah, that's...
What are we going to do? What are the cybersecurity people going to do about it?
What a great question. I'd like to leave your viewers with that. Thank you.
We don't know, but we need more rascals on board. Thank you so much.
See ya.
Thank you.
That was a great interview.
I'm now joined by Ruben Wales, who is Head of Financial Services of ICA-EW. What a mouthful that was. Glad I said that semi-correctly. So, Ruben, I'm just going to pass you the mic, actually, 1 second. Thank you. Thank you, my helper there. Have you enjoyed the Wiki Expo today?
It's been an excellent event. I've been really impressed with sort of the quality of the speakers, in particular the panel that I was on this morning, bringing together regulators or those that are in the regulatory space from such a broad array of jurisdictions. More of that's really needed when it comes to digital assets, crypto assets, pooling that knowledge, bringing it together, trying to establish those common challenges, and in it, as a consequence, trying to get to some consensus around what the solutions are. So yeah, I think it's been really good.
Thank you. Yeah, because I was just going to say that when I've been speaking to all these amazing brains here today, feels like we're very much going into this unknown territory. So regulation has kind of been a bit of the word of the day. So yeah, I really agree with what you're saying there. What's your outlook on the state of regulation for digital assets whilst we're talking about regulation?
I would say, we are still in the beginning stages, but we've made a lot of progress, particularly in the last 12, 18 months globally. And so, I'm based in the UK, and so I see that sort of part of the world. And Europe and the UK are now starting to move at pace, starting to frame out what the regulatory environment will look like for crypto asset providers, digital asset providers. And it's really needed. The guardrails are needed. The clarity is needed for the sector to really thrive. So we really welcome that. Some of the proposals that have come out, they look sensible. We get to see, I guess, some of the detail, but the direction of travel is really positive.
So are you excited for the future? And I know regulation isn't exactly a sexy word, but I think we're trying to bring it sexy back with regulation. Are you excited for the future and kind of how it's developing, and feel like we're going to move in a safe but innovative way?
I think up until now, it's really been that regulatory, the missing piece of the puzzle has been the regulatory framework, because it provides clarity for those that are trying to enter the space. And if you are looking to invest, or if you are a customer looking to consume the products and services of these firms, you want some assurance that what you're going into you can trust, and that's where regulation, that's where good compliance, really provides that foundation. So I'm optimistic that we're heading in the right direction. Yeah.
Brilliant. Well, thank you so much for joining us today, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the conference.
No problem. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm really excited to be joined here by Tanya, who is Customer Service Supervisor from IC Markets. Tanya, firstly, it is so lovely to have you here today. Thank you for joining us. So IC Markets is known for its tight spreads, and as one of the largest CFD providers on the market, it offers much more than just competitive spreads and diverse withdrawal options. So what other compelling reasons draws traders to your platform?
The ultimate purpose of our company is to provide the best trading experience environment to our clients. Our clients' orders are being delivered at the best possible available price in the market. We are pretty much committed to provide an integral experience to our clients. And we do this by committing to a 24/7 customer support center. They are professionals that will be always available to assist in the optimal way to clients.
Fantastic. So you're definitely servicing your clients then. 24/7 is brilliant. So anytime I can get in contact and you're going to be there. That's amazing. All right, Tanya. So how does IC Markets adapt and align its services with the evolving demands and expectations of clients in this dynamic industry?
We are consistently adding new products so clients can have a diversified option of trading. The most liquid and most popular products in the world, and we try to make it available to clients. Recently, we added the European Stock Exchange market. This is in alignment with keeping the company pioneer in the industry as CFD providers. And yeah, so it's pretty much listening to clients and adding products.
That's amazing. Thank you so much. Well, IC Markets looks awesome. Thank you so much for coming for the conference today and for joining me. Thank you, Tanya.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Apparently this is a fireside chat, so we'll continue.
There was one question.
I'm really excited to be joined here by Veronica Scott, who is a partner for KPMG Law Australia. Veronica, firstly, thank you so much for joining us here today. It's a pleasure to have you. So, Veronica, you are a global thought leader in privacy, data protection and governance. How important are these issues in the emerging digital realm?
Thanks, Katie. Well, I think they're really, really important, both as an opportunity and a risk. So first of all, I guess from a risk perspective, moving online, digital data, access to information and sharing can amplify the risks that we can experience, particularly perhaps for vulnerable individuals like children. And so that's where we're seeing regulation move to help protect and manage that. I think it brings enormous opportunities as well because it makes information accessible, which is really important, but it's really important then to be able to carefully regulate that as we move into that kind of accelerated technology, and data really drives the economy, so it's really important to help manage the data to drive the economy in a fair way.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely about the management. I think regulation has been like a big word of the day here today. So yeah. And on the note of regulation, how can regulations and governance principles develop to ensure they can adapt quickly to different technology stacks and use cases?
Sure. Well, the primary approach is that regulation should be technology neutral, so that it should be able to regulate any type of technology in whatever form. But we're obviously seeing with AI at the moment a real sort of mind shift in thinking about how can regulation deal with AI. So really you're looking at a bunch of different things in the regulatory toolbox, both your standard acts and legislation, but also other ways of helping to regulate through guidance, industry codes, cross industry standards, and then you're looking at things like policies, procedures, and finally ethics and values are also really important. So legislation can't solve the problem, and also legislation tends to move slowly. But I think even the technology industry is calling for regulation to give us really clear guardrails, to give that trust to the community so that they can use technology in a really effective and sustainable way.
Definitely. I was just going to say, it's the trust, isn't it? We're into this world of technology where it's a bit of an unknown beast, and it's that trust and regulation that's going to lead the way. Thank you so much, Veronica.
You're very welcome. Thanks.
Thank you.
Really excited to be joined here with Kelly Henney, who is Partner and National Data Privacy Lead for KPMG Australia. And here she is on the board, and here you are in real life. So it's so nice to have you here. So would love to just hear more about you and what you kind of do and why you're at the conference today. So let us into your world, Kelly.
Fantastic. Well, thank you so much. Look, the reason I'm here is I cover privacy and data protection for KPMG Australia and our consulting division. So really for me, privacy is a human right and loops in on ESG, and we're talking around ESG and fintech today. So the lens I bring is around AI and blockchain and technology and really using data to enhance ESG and the strategies around greater transparency and traceability and helping fintechs in that sector. I was quite delighted to be asked to speak today because to talk at something different than the usual cyber privacy data conference, to actually see the link that Wiki Finance makes in with fintech and ESG and then the power of the data lens brings. I think that was really innovative and revolutionary to have a wide range of speakers, which is why I wanted to come and talk today to sort of really bring that AI and data protection angle from a compliance perspective, but how you can really enhance that to actually better compete and commercialise and get more momentum in the sector for fintechs and ESG.
Definitely. And what do you think the future is looking like in terms of your role and, what we should be aware of? Things are unravelling at such a pace. I'd love to hear from your perspective.
Look, to me, everything comes back to the data, looking at data analytics, the exciting moment we're in at the moment with machine learning and AI and where can that take us, but at the same time making sure we keep that ESG lens in, and by that I mean the human-centric lens around the privacy and data protection and getting the balance right between how far can we go, but making sure there's no unintended consequences, or ethically we're still coming back and challenging, the actual outcome. I think that's critical, but it's exciting. I feel like we're about to explode with, different things out around, Microsoft's Pilot, Copilot, what they're doing, what other big tech companies are doing, the way they're moving, quantum computing as well with IBM. It's just a really exciting time to be in the data space.
Yeah, it definitely is. And I guess one of the main things we'll be talking today is about regulation and people's safety and data. And is that something that obviously is very much at the forefront of your mind as well?
Very much top of mind, privacy and data protection. It's coming back to how do we as humans understand the information that is collected upon us? How is that used? How is that accessed? How is that kept safe? At what point is that destroyed? Is it archived? Is it deleted? And really understanding, that flow of data as we've seen the world suffer. And in Australia, massive data breaches. 12 months ago, we were hit hard in November 2022 with the big data breaches, knowing we do, business globally, but laws are locally. So seeing that come here in our shores, I think really changed the way we perceive data and privacy and the regulation protection there. So it's interesting times.
Yeah, I think it's going to be kind of top of everyone's mind. You didn't, a few years back, people weren't thinking so much about data, but we are all data and our data points are everywhere. So it's definitely going to be interesting to see what happens in the future. But thank you so much for your time today, and it's been so great to speak to you, Kelly. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. really excited to be joined here with Peter Zing, who is co-founder of Transhumanism Australia. Transhumanism. What a word. What is it? And why is it relevant to society today?
It is a loaded concept. A lot of people get us confused with the LGBT plus movement. We're all for that. And also, we love to actually use science and technology to transcend the limitations of our human biology. So it means making us smarter, live longer and healthier, and also live better and well lives.
Okay.
So as a community, we started about 9 years ago in Australia. We were trying to find any other tech enthusiasts that would be interested in this concept. And over the years, as AI has advanced, as the longevity fields advanced, we've got more and more validation that this is the future that we're heading. We say in the next 3 to 5 years, we could have human-level AI that we will have to merge with to be smarter and stay relevant in this future.
So are you saying we're going to be like part AI, part human?
Cyborgs all the way. I'm telling you right now, we're already cyborgs because you use our smartphones to access the internet, and that is the collective intelligence of all of humanity at your fingertips. And right now you're limited by the speed of your thumbs, right? You're trying to communicate to your AIs, you've got ChatGPT. Communicating with that is still very slow because you got to read it, listen to it, type it back or talk it back. But if you could access AI directly through your mind, kind of like Elon Musk's Neuralink, his vision of the future is that we won't have that latency issue. So that is the potential future we're heading, and we're trying to make sure that everyone comes along for the ride for that.
So we're going to have like a chip in our brains or something like that?
Ideally, it'd be something that is non-invasive. You've seen some of the things that they've shown, right? Right now, that's the only way to get the best signal, having like a LASIK operation from a robotic surgery. But also there's non-invasive devices called EEG headsets. This is just measuring your brainwaves from a simple little cap that you can put on, a little earpiece. And what we've been able to do recently with a startup that we've created out of our Transhuman Australia cohort is a brain-machine interface out of UTS, and we're able to visualize people's thoughts just by putting on the cap. Brainwaves to images, because you saw some of the pictures up there we talked about.
So hang on, visualize people's thoughts. What can you break that down a bit more?
Yeah, so we've trained it on tens of thousands of images of people wearing the devices and looking at images. And so we've created a pattern recognition algorithm that matches to the human brain. And we've been able to do that and replicate that for everyone to start thinking and visualizing their thoughts. Now, the technology is still early, but we're going to get to the point where eventually, instead of communicating with just our thumbs and talking, we'll be able to do brain-to-brain communication.
So hang on, I would just be thinking of something right now, and then you would just be able to see it, what I was thinking.
We did hundreds of live demos at South by Southwest Sydney at the New South Wales House, and it was just so fun. Just a lot of people were a bit worried about their private thoughts,
That's what I'm thinking.
Because it's on a big screen, right? But ideally, it's something that you could have it localized, so it's in the AirPods, and as you sleep, you're able to see your own dreams and keep that and delete it if you want. But if it's cool, you'll be able to share it with other people. How many times have you said, oh my God, I just had the most amazing dream?
Always. My dreams are crazy, like crazy though. My brain's insane.
That is the virality of a new sharing format we want to create. It is literally transcending our biological limitations to be able to put our thoughts to the mind.
But then, what would that mean for, what if someone was stealing your thoughts, so you had such a good idea? Like, how can we regulate that then? Because it's like people could steal things from your mind.
Exactly. So cybersecurity is going to be a huge part of it. And also the thing that you're running locally, so there's an air gap between the internet and what's in your mind. That's going to be super important. So for transhumanism, we try to mitigate all that downside by having those procedures and risk frameworks in place, but also maximizing the upside, because you can see what AI can do for society in terms of transforming the economy and creating abundance, but also unleashing the potential for humanity as well.
It just blows my mind. But then what does that mean for language? Because then if we start just reading each other's thoughts, what's that going to mean for how we're talking now?
Exactly. I think people say, oh, you didn't understand what I mean, or the misunderstandings they have with different languages and cultural misinterpretations. Think about the elimination of the lack of empathy. Think about the ability to fully empathize with someone that you don't know, but also you get to know better as a result of sharing that. I think it's going to bring forth an enlightenment of a lot of the human cases. And so for us to support transhumanism, we've got Transhuman Coin, which is a global available technology that everyone can access.
What's Transhuman Coin?
Oh yes, this is our Web3 project. So this is the official currency of the transhumanism movement, and it's adopted by 20,000 people so far out of millions of people that identify as transhumanists and really want to accelerate that technology. So we're able to fund projects thanks to the coin and also incubate startups right here in Sydney and actually help that out.
So do you identify as transhuman?
Yes, that's right. So it's been on a long journey. I did the whole follow the rabbit hole about a decade ago. Thanks to organizations like Singularity University. It's a global executive education platform that when I was at Deloitte, we helped executive leaders see where technology is going. What is the future of AI? What is the future of blockchain? And 10 years on, here we are. You know, it is at the forefront of every innovation that we're seeing in society. That and also spatial computing that's coming online soon.
What's spatial computing?
Things like mixed reality, VR, AR. Apple's Vision Pro, have you seen the little new devices from Apple? So they invented the smartphone, and that was revolutionary. People didn't understand it at first, but 15 years later, you can't live without one. So Apple's Vision Pro is an augmented reality device that you'll be wearing, like a pair of glasses, and it's going to enable you to add more information to your visual cortex. So think about having the names of everyone here. They'd be able to forget someone that you haven't met before, or actually know what sort of conversation starters to say. The initial Vision Pro is kind of like a mixed reality device that you just watch movies at home. But the third generation of that has become more like glasses. It'll be more of a spatial computing thing that you can just wear and access that knowledge more humanely.
But just to play devil's advocate here, do you think we're going to become more disconnected because we're going to become more closed off in terms of our virtual world rather than connecting person to person?
I mean, we already are with these smartphones. We're like seeing these zombies that like look down on their phone and walking into walls. To make it more humane, if you actually add that into their peripheral vision, they'll be able to still engage with your eye contact and also have access to the information. So at least you'll be able to hold an information, like hold a conversation without getting distracted as much. And at the same time, you've seen Humane recently, the ex-Apple developers, they created a little smart pin called an AI pin. And it's got a camera on it, it's got a little microphone on it, it's able to project on your hand the actual images. So they're starting to create more humane technology to help augment humanity.
Okay, so the idea is to actually make us more connected rather than more disconnected in a way.
And they call it ambient computing. That way it's everywhere but nowhere, will just become part of our interactions. And that's transhumanism, right?
It's almost like we're going to be living in like a 4D world, like we're breaking out of our physical world into this new dimension, essentially.
We have an online identity that's already sort of separate from us in the physical world, and we're continuing to adding onto it. These digital twins of ours will fully more and more represent our physical form, whether it's about the biology that we just talked about on stage around our healthcare, to all our financial and social and other intimate relationships that we have with our AIs. And these AIs will essentially be able to do everything for us in the future. So ChatGPT is already doing a lot of the work, for those that want to admit it. Eventually, these life GPTs will have conversations with other people's life GPTs and then just give you the summary of what to do. So.
Wow, but do you think maybe we'll stop, like in dating, do you think we'll stop dating each other and start dating AIs?
Well, I think that's already happened in Japan, to be honest.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Do you think that's going to go that way?
Movie was this movie called Her, and it had Scully.
Yes, that's what I was thinking of.
And it was actually the best, most accurate representation of how these AIs will evolve. It started as an operating system. And guess what? Windows 11 and Windows 10, we've got these co-pilots, and eventually they're going to get more personalized so that it looks after all your emails and calendars and future careers, such that you can just enjoy and actually have a companion that you may or may not want to date.
That's insane. It's almost... it just boggles my brain. I didn't even know about transhumanism until I just asked you about it then.
It's very futuristic, but we're seeing the future coming faster than we think. I think in the next 18 months to 3 years, it's going to be the most disruptive phase for society, and we're trying to help people along for the journey to sort of start customizing with these concepts because they're going to start becoming available to a lot of people. And it's those that start to use it, for example, people using ChatGPT in their day-to-day, it's going to have a competitive advantage to what they do. And when you don't use it, you start losing out, and this is increasing inequality. So how do we get more people to adopt it and actually build that future we want to help.
Yeah, because lots of people have been very scared about AI taking over, and especially in like creative industries and things like that, when people are thinking, oh my gosh, but are you saying there's a way that we can combine, come together, and actually we don't have to fear it so much?
That's right. And being a user, you have a voice to be able to see and shape how that future is developed. The brain-computer interfaces, making sure that it's not invasive, making sure it's got the privacy elements embedded, making sure that AI is not, being super creepy and actually represents you as your attorney, pretty much, and so that you can trust it with your information. So these are the sort of conversations transhumanism is trying to advocate for and also build towards that future. And Transhuman Coin, we're going to be funding founders that want to build towards this future as well, right here in Sydney.
Oh wow, maybe I should get on that. But on that note, how can I find out more about transhumanism, and how can other people find out more about it?
Yeah, come check out transhuman.com.au. It has an aggregation of all our products and services and also our global network of transhumanists all around the world. And if you're in any of those major cities that you'd like to join our local online meetups as well, just sign up for the Eventbrite.
Brilliant. Wow. I've just learned so much talking to you. That was an absolutely amazing interview. Thank you so much for joining us today, being on our panel. And oh my goodness, I'm scared, but I'm excited about the future. And do you think it's bright? The future's looking bright for humanism?
Got to get involved. I think, if we shape it and we actually build that together, it's going to represent a lot of our voices.
Definitely. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. I'm now joined by Jacob, or with Jacob, I should say, from AEM. Jacob, it is so lovely to have you here today at the conference. So tell me, what is AEM?
Well, thank you for the opportunity. AEM is a crypto accounting platform for business. And what's unique about it is that we partner with accounting systems such as Xero and QuickBooks, and we send crypto transaction data into the profit and loss balance sheet via the general ledger for those businesses. And we work with crypto native businesses as well as regular businesses that accept digital currencies, in short.
Wow. Crypto is just blowing my mind at the moment. And what is your role within AEM, so you specifically?
I'm the founder and the CEO.
Oh, well, I'm talking to the main man then. So, as I'm with the founder and the CEO, What gave you the idea for AEM, and kind of what's the journey so far, or how long have you been going?
Yeah, so I founded the business back in 2018, and I had a concept to actually build a larger accounting system for cryptocurrencies. And I started working closely with users. I was doing an early accelerator program at the time in 2018, and it became apparent that there's actually no bridge for business to send transaction data into the accounting systems that existed at the time, and it's still relevant to this day. There's a lot of bottlenecks and difficulty around it that we're solving.
Brilliant. So you found that gap in the market and you went for it, and here you are now. And so if we look to the future, what are your hopes and goals for AEM?
I think the biggest hope is that businesses realize how important it is to have a good system that does this automatically. I find working with clients that a lot of times they have some sort of a manual process in place, and they get used to it, they really suffer, and then they don't realize there's a better way to do it. And especially with crypto, it's quite complex. It's not as simple as you think, and you definitely need a good solution. And we're working around the clock, making it better and easier, adding features along the lines of feeding transactions across, doing better tax calculations. We're even venturing to the invoicing area at the moment, so it's quite comprehensive.
Wow, that sounds brilliant. And if people do want to find out more about your company, where should they look to? Have you got a website or a link?
Yes, well, there's always a website for any good business.
You would hope.
Yes, exactly. We better do. It's better working as well. But look, it's we got a very nice short domain. It's aem.ac. The full business name is AEM Algorithm, but again, through aem.ac you can find us, and you can find out more about our key application, which is called Journaler. And it can be also found in Xero Marketplace, in QuickBooks Marketplace with the official partner of theirs. And yeah, you can just explore it or reach out to us and we'll help you out.
Amazing. Well, thank you for taking us through your world. It's so lovely to meet you here today, and hope you're enjoying the conference. And thank you so much for your time.
Thank you too.
Thank you.
I'm now joined by Andrew from Quantex. Very excited to meet you, Andrew. Now, Quantex, it's on your T-shirt, but I would love to know more about what on earth it's all about.
Yeah, so I had the idea to create a cryptocurrency exchange after I was actually a victim of an exchange hack where I lost a substantial amount of money. at the time, and it got me really kind of anxious and nervous. I was figuring out, what am I going to do? You know, I lost all this money. I tried to do some research to see if I'm the only one that has, you know, lost funds in an exchange, and I soon realized that I'm actually not the only one. There's been almost, if not more than $100 billion in customers' funds that have been lost. So I thought, what is a solution to this problem? And that's what led me to build Quantex. So Quantex is a cryptocurrency exchange that gives the user the option to swap cryptocurrency without registration. So they can still swap or exchange their cryptocurrency without the need to register or give up custody of their funds. It's done instantly, and within 10 minutes you can receive your cryptocurrency to your hardware or software wallet. So they can avoid a lot of the risk of leaving the cryptocurrency on an exchange, which is mainly how people fall victim to their funds either being stolen or through an exchange going bankrupt. So through my exchange, users can avoid a lot of those risks.
Well, that's huge, because sounds like so many people have been impacted and have lost money in the past. So that's amazing with what you're doing. And I guess, what are your hopes for the future? You're quite a new company then, I take it.
Yeah, we just launched in May, so 5-6 months ago, and we are slowly growing. We're actually raising funds at the moment, so we're raising our seed round, and we're trying to also find the co-founder. So I'm a founder of the company, and as much as I'd like to think I can do everything myself, I need a co-founder. So if there's anyone out there that has started their own company, I'd like you to be a co-founder in my company, especially if you have experience in marketing, because we've built this amazing product that's taken us 3 years to build, and now we just need someone who's experienced in the business side, and especially the marketing. So the next steps are to attend as many of these events as possible and try to get the word out there about Quantex. And I believe that in soon enough we'll be one of the top global exchanges worldwide.
Wow, that's big words, but it's exciting when we come to a conference like this, and I feel that we're really on the brink of something, and we're on the brink of change, and you're kind of riding that wave, which is really exciting. How do you think the future of kind of your industry is going to look? Because do you think we're going that way, and that it's going to take over from the more of the traditional world?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, every 4 years there's a boom and then a bust, but at the next boom, the Bitcoin is worth more and more each time. So, people always mention how in the bear market, when Bitcoin is declining in value, everyone's mentioning how Bitcoin's dead, blah, blah, blah. And then when it booms again, everyone starts buying, and then that cycle repeats. So I think now we're in a kind of a declining market, but it's starting to increase in value over the next over the past month. Bitcoin's value has increased by close to 100%. So and it's I believe it's going to continue rising, especially in the next 6 to 12 months. So now's the right time, and I believe that the value will just keep increasing for the next 5 to 10 years at least. So.
Perfect. And to be safe, we want to do it through Quantex, which leads me on to, how can we find out more about Quantex?
Yeah, so our website is myquantex.com. We have an app on Google Play and the App Store. Just go on www.myquantex.com.
Amazing. Thank you so much. Well, I'm really excited about your future. I think it's going to be epic. And obviously, anyone else out there, co-founders, you just got your invitation. Thank you so much for joining us today, Andrew, and good luck for the future.
I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.